What's up? Hello. Hello. What up? What up, Daniel? What is up is I have a giant canker sore on my tongue. It's big. It's there. And so that's how it is today. I got my instant numbing cream that we will be applying periodically during the breaks. I think it lasts for about like 2 hours. But with that, hey, I always say it. I think this is gonna be a short one. I'm gonna really try to not tangent on this one. Will that ever be true? Who knows? Who freaking knows? But that's all I got. It's probably gonna be a little bit of a weird one today, because I didn't get a lot of sleep from that, and I'm still in pain. So it's gonna be a little bit of a little bit of a weird one. But I did have one thing that I wanted to bring up. I don't know if it's too inside baseball or not. I think it might be. Oh no, I have to verify myself to YouTube? Who's YouTube think it is? Not my employer. One thing that I got a comment that kind of explained or I think sort of hit on the entire reason like the basic reason I like doing it live. And I mostly wanted to show it to anyone else who is considering doing any form of content or anything like that, about like why I like doing it live so much. And it is, oh wait, I can't like show it. If I show it on this screen, it'll be quicker. Let's see. Good practice on not getting too sidetracked. I know. Sorry, tongue is sore. Yeah, it's a tough one. Should I show it? It might be a little TMI. Might be a little gross. If you don't like body stuff, maybe don't look for a second. I'm gonna show the canker sore because I think you'll be able. I think it'll come off on camera. You can see like the big ass white spot and then like all the red around it. That's all decaying flesh. But like I said, I got the numbing cream on it right now, so it's at like a 1 or a 2, and I can pretty not succinctly, what's the word? Pretty consistently block out like a consistent 5 or 6 in terms of pain. Once it gets above there is where it becomes less doable. And right now it's at like a 1 or 2. I'm feeling groggy today. I meant froggy. Groggy or froggy? I was just watching one of the most recent seasons of Survivor. I don't think the most recent. I think it was 47. And that was like a whole thing. Is that the one of the survivors had a whole bit about feeling froggy. Lol. Yeah, I agree. John, you're right. But I don't know why. I think it's if the name is too long, but that's so strange. Okay, so we'll have to make I think we need to make the chat box slightly wider. And probably increase the height just a skosh. Yeah, because you're right. It is like I noticed that I had to like look up. I couldn't just like read it on screen. Okay. I think that's capturing it. Yeah, I think it's depending on like how long it is. I've also thought about just like not worrying about it and like just like letting it overlap a little bit and just making it bigger. I could do that. I don't know. We'll have to see. Hopefully the canker sore doesn't come off on camera. That would be very bad. That would be very, very bad. Froggy. Mobile doesn't like admitting that froggy is a word. I will be real with you. I had never heard it before Survivor as like a feeling that you could have. Oh God. Wait, but this is the one. Oh, the screen looks so weird, but just ignore the left part for a second. Yeah, like I said, I don't know if this is too inside baseball or not, but I just wanted to show it because I thought it was a really solid encapsulation of like why I like doing it live. It's like impressed on how you articulate your points. The videos were already great, but this type of stream also endeared me a lot to your content, even though I didn't catch it live. Great job with the channel. And that's not just a brag on myself. I want to be clear. This isn't just me like, ooh, look at this comment or look at this compliment that I got. But it is like really a good example of like, I think that, you know, I try to articulate myself as well as I can during like pre-recorded stuff. But there's a level of like discussing back and forth that even just like answering comments I can't do in like a pre-recorded session because I'm so incentivized to keep it nice and tight. You know, I mean it's unfortunate if you're a Fantasy High enjoyer, but I'm also saying this to the Critical Role people because, you know, it's some of this stuff kind of, you know, at least partially dictates potential Critical Role stuff in the future. You know, like, would I ever do, you know, any like pre-recorded Critical Role? Would I ever take, you know, the main format pre-recorded? And the answer is pretty much just no. Because with a pre-recorded thing, you can see. I want to show this. Now, it could also be, we're running a thumbnail test, so it could possibly also be due to better thumbnailing and titling. But the newest Fantasy High that is less than an hour is at a 4% click-through. That's almost double what every other Fantasy High has been in the first 24 hours. That'll go down progressively. That'll go down. But that is a good example of like why I have to keep the pre-recorded stuff short, like why I need to like keep it under an hour. And that incentivization to keep it short is also incentivization to like cut context, cut thinking, cut any amount of me like waffling on something. Which, you know, I think is fine. I think it's good. But it's also why I think for any pre-recorded stuff that I do in the future, I'm going to bake in a live component to it. I loved having the live show before Fantasy High 4. I will be working that in to the rest of Fantasy High, like that live component. And probably any other like pre-recorded series I do in the future. I think I can, I just don't think I can ever get rid of live as like a primary component of my stuff, because talking back and forth in comments like via text is so much fucking harder. It's so much harder. And I find it just harder to like get my full points out. I find it harder to like take people or to make it seem like I'm taking people like seriously and like really considering their points. Yeah. I think the pre-show and the way that Fantasy High 4 is going is just solidifying me so hard on, like, even if I do pre-recorded stuff, the fact that I'll always need to keep it short is such a push towards baking in some sort of live component so that I can still talk to people. You. Oh no, confused strawberry. That's a series of unfortunate events. I'm sorry. On this set of the chat, covering on the left side of your cam screen would probably be fine. Yeah, maybe I'll do something like that. I might do something like that on the just chatting screen. On the regular cry setup, everything looks fine. Good. I'm glad. Yeah, I like the current setup. Yeah. Is this going to be a half ep, or is there a risk of 7855? I mean, there's a risk of it, I would say. There's a risk, but I don't think it's a high one. I think I have faith in my ability to push through. Let's see. So let's delete all that. 78.5 timestamp for after the break. There we go. Yeah, because it is on the order of things, relatively short second half. Yeah. Fantastic Scene is good for everyone, even if you only watch CR yourself. Yeah, I think both. I mean, any success for the channel. Yeah. It's also given me, I think, a good baseline that. I mean, I guess I don't know that everyone's cool with it, but no one has commented about it, at least, which is like the extended cut for the members. It encouraged a lot of people to sign up for memberships, which memberships are a nice like baseline income for me. So yeah, the success of the two separate series will definitely help each other. Gives me more time to do shit like this. God damn, I spent so much time on this, and I'm excited that it is now, like, I think pretty fucking usable, the World Anvil. I still have it. I should probably take this off at some point and like redo this home screen a little bit, because everything's in there. The only ones that really aren't are the theories. Like, I did some of them. And I made a new one called The Clasp are Super Duper Evil. Because I'll tell you all right fucking now. I realized some things when, I had like a few small realizations while like going through all my notes. Because I was like, oh, I kind of forgot about that part. Like, I kind of forgot that like Hodis the Rakshasa was just like still fucking out there. I forgot that he's still a player in all of this. I forgot some like small things here and there. But oh my god, the only thing that fucking going through my notes really taught me is that the Clasp are so obviously cataclysmically evil. Oh my god. My ghast will be flabbered if there is no twist where they are actually helping Thordak. Like, I will be actively more surprised if they are not helping Thordak in some way. Like, it's insane how evil they are. And, like, the spiraling that's still there is still one of the evil ones. Because, like, you can maybe make the argument that there was the spiraling Modeth, was the spiraling before like the events of stream. He was the spiraling during pre-stream, so you could maybe say, that he was responsible for the egg that birthed Sky Sunder, although it seems like it wouldn't have been him, but unclear. Although actually no, it kind of does seem like it because it was from Emon. Anyways, they're super involved in demons in Emon, the pre-stream event where Glabrezu, the treachery demon, tries to possess the entire royal family. They're super involved in that. Now, granted, again, Vox Machina kills Modeth there, so you can maybe say like, hey, they turned over a new leaf. No. I forgot, which this is like insane in retrospect. The clasp helped Hodis, the Rakshasa, try to assassinate Vox Machina during the Chroma Conclave. And also after Vox Machina killed Umbrasyl. So it's not even like you could make the argument that like, oh, the clasp, like, you know, they just thought that Vox wouldn't be effective in like taking down the Chroma Conclave. They had already killed Umbrasyl. They had already killed Umbrasyl. And Spiraling Vicar, who is, this is a really interesting point that I did not catch, or that I didn't at least remember. The clasp member that they interrogate with Speak to Dead identified themselves as being from Stilben, but indicated that they took their orders from Spiraling Vicar. And Spiraling Vicar is who they talk to under the sewers of Emon right after the fall. Which is kind of interesting. I always assumed that there was like one spiraling like per sect or like per city. But it seems like that Vicar was giving the orders to the class members from Stilben. So either it's like a weird, you know, not excuse. What's the word? Like, you know, I don't know. It's either something weird going on or Spiraling Vicar is like controlling the whole shit now. But they super tried to assassinate Vox Machina with Hodis. And yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I think they're super duper evil. Super duper mega evil. That's it. That's all I got on it. They're so evil, dude. Oh, man. VM expecting to work with the class after the class tried to kill them. Well, and that's not even getting into the fact that, you know, they tried to kidnap and probably murder and or traffic Vex pre-stream. There's not even getting into all that. Yeah. The class were a crime ring. They're starting from morally gray at best before we add anything else on top. Yes, they are morally gray, and then everything that we have seen them actively do is like, I think, pretty solidly in the evil category. Maybe except for smuggling Riskel. Like, I guess you can kind of maybe assume that Riskel Daxio, that they didn't know, like, the extent of his crimes, I suppose. But we have to squint real hard at that one to make that not morally gray, you know? How did they help? I don't remember that. Hodis lures Vax out onto the balcony. All of the other members of Vox Machina are attacked by class members, not Hodis. So they super tried to assassinate Vox. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly what G. Herkov said. Yeah. I think VM also forgot the class was involved as well. I think they did. I think they must have. So anyways. Anyways, going back to the pre-show stuff, that shit's crazy to me, man. But anyways, just make sure that you redirect to a video that's actually released. Shut the fuck up, Daniel. Shut the fuck up. Shh. No one needs to know about that. Wouldn't after show make more sense? In pre-show, you know what the contents of the next Dis 20 are, but we don't. So I've debated this. I debated this a lot. A post show makes sense if I give people time to watch the video. And so essentially, this is the weird part, right? The pre-show was focusing on everything except for the show that was going to come right after. So I talked mostly about Fantasy High 1, 2, and 3 during the pre-show for 4, which is basically me doing a post-show, but just giving people the maximum amount of time to have watched the content. was essentially how I was thinking about it. So the pre-show would be is about the previous shows. So the pre-show for episode 4 was not about episode 4, essentially, because the only I don't want to do an after show or a post show when that'll just suck up a lot of people's time when the videos are already so long. So because for example, the current video right now, the current FH, I think has a couple hundred views. Let me see. Actually, I can just check. The current video has a couple hundred views. Yeah, 306. But the premiere, the live show, had 20 people watching, I think. So if I did an after show right after the episode aired, I'm only catching, a pretty small fraction of the people that might want to talk about that. So I want to leave all of that discussion. Now, doing it right before the show, maybe I won't do next time. I might do it the day before. I might do it on Friday and then, release the next episode the day after. I could see maybe doing something like that. But that's my at least general mindset right now. But I'm playing around with it. I'm not married to anything there. Assuming Megan doesn't have the bandwidth to do both. I guess theoretically I could do both. That's fair. I'm using medication called Alovex. Oh, helped a lot. The problem is that it's a liquid you have to hold in your mouth so you can't talk for 10 minutes, but I don't know if you can find that in the US. I'm going to write it down. Actually, let me just see. Alovex. I can buy it on Amazon. Active protection gel. Forms a film that isolates mouth lesions, but it's a liquid? Ooh, that'd be nice. I hate my current numbing cream. I hate creams in the mouth because they get all weird and gunky, and I feel the moment that I put them on, my saliva glands just fucking activate. I get so fucking saliva-y, which makes them just the creams gunk up even more. So I'd love a fucking liquid. That'd be nice. I could just put that on before the stream. Yeah. Anyways. I feel if you did an after show, it'd be premiere right into an after show, which that makes sense, but that's the use case for a premiere in my mind. I think that's fair. It's just, and if I was bigger and pulling more numbers for a live premiere, that might make a little bit more sense, but most of the Fantasy High watchers are VOD or what I would think of as a VOD watcher. Most people aren't watching the premiere. Yeah. Yeah. There wouldn't be a way to link to it. There is actually, well, I can't link from a premiere to a live, but I can link from a live to a premiere, which is very interesting. But yeah. So I stopped watching the new Jacob Geller. There's a new Jacob Geller? Dun dun dun. Hello, what's up, Sarah? In my mind, that's the obvious use of a premiere. I actually think that I'll have to check it. I don't actually think I've tried to do that. So I might be wrong, but I know that lives can redirect to other lives and premieres. But premieres don't have the exact same live settings and screens as a live does. So I don't know. I don't know where the setting would be to do that. But I'll actually have to look for it because I could see that. I wonder if Alivex would be useful for chapped lips. I don't know. I'm not sure. Do you get those little gray ulcers inside? I hate those. I used to get them a lot. I mean, I don't know. We might be talking about the same thing. I know mine are canker sores. They're little. They're a strain of the what do you call it? The herpes virus. But they're not like when you think of herpes. Those are like exterior mouth lesions most of the time, or like, genital STD lesions. But the canker sores are a different strain and they're genetic. So like you get them from your parents. But you can also pass them to other people like an STD. So like if I have like a big outbreak in my mouth, I can't like kiss Paige, or at least I can't kiss her in her mouth. Like they like pass like via saliva, kind of. From my understanding, I'm not a doctor. But yeah, so they hurt, and there are two different types of them. One that is just like one big one, and one that's like a collection of a ton of tiny ones. And I have both. And they just hurt. Triamcinolone acetone dental paste. It's great for stuff inside the mouth. I'm just gonna have to come back to this point in stream and then look up everything that people are recommending. I'll look it up. Yeah, I mean, I've tried a million things for the canker sores. This is the only one that I found that actually numbs it out, that I can at least get regularly. But yeah, I'm talking about the other kind that's not the herpes stuff from stress to diet. Canker sores can, or you get outbreaks from stress and diet, even though it is a strain of herpes. But there's also probably other stuff that I'm just unaware of that you're talking about. Let's see. Anyways, we're going. Is there anything else that I had a big... Let's see. Is there anything else that I found from doing this? I feel like there was another thing. I think there was another thing. There's spiraling Shen and Vicar down here. There was something else that I was like, whoa, I didn't remember that. It wasn't anything to do with the council, I don't think. Yeah. Oh, the only other thing that I forgot about that is still like kind of technically a hanging question is during the events of the fall of Emon, which I don't think we ever got like super like huge clarity on. Sean Gilmore was conspicuously missing during the invasion, despite him having walked to the event with Vox Machina. And I need to go back and watch when they find him in the bunker, because I don't remember his like exact like recounting of events. Because he mentions dueling Thordak, and he mentions he rescues Salda, and he sees dead Brom Goldhand, and other members kneeling, but he rescues Assume and Tofor and Salda. According to, all according to him, but I need to re-listen to exactly how he phrases it, because it was like directly called out that like, oh man, Sean's not here, Gilmore's not here, what's up with that? And then I don't remember them ever actually addressing it. Yeah. I have canker sores and I must scream. I know, me too. So Vox Machina are preparing to attack Thordak very soon. Any final predictions about the way/when the CC arc ends? Dude, honestly, it might end with green. I think there's a really decent shot it ends with green. The green thumbnails. I think the green thumbnails are the end of Thordak. I think that we're kind of like, we might just be set to like slowly push through Emon. Although there's a lot of green left. There's a lot of green left. So my guess is that the clasp is super duper evil, and they're going to get into the tunnels, but they're going to essentially have to fight their way through the clasp. And then eventually they get to the Cloud Top district, now the, lair of Thordak. And that's going to be a whole dungeon dive with then Thordak at the center. And I think that I'm truly wondering. I wonder if Thordak is going to be similar to like not Sauron. What the fuck's his name? I know I have him. He was a person of power. He was an entity of power and or a demigod. Sondor. I wonder if Thordak at this point will be sort of like Sondor, where like the elemental plane of fire is like rifting his body apart, and he's like parts of him are like melded into the dungeon, and he's like starting to become this like weird fire amalgam. And or we might actually get like a weird moment of like, I could also see us getting these weird moments of lucidity, but not lucidity, where we like talk to the fire primordial or something. And that's like the main like cause of Thordak starting to go insane, is that he's slowly becoming like the avatar of the fire primordial, but he wants to like maintain his individuality, but he's slowly failing. Like throughout like this process, like the more the Ember Seed like works into him and exists within him, the more he loses his individuality, his persona, and he becomes more and more just like a puppet for the fire elemental. I don't know. I think something weird and wacky's going on with that. I don't know what he could be building specifically, other than potentially the only thing I can really see is maybe they are building a permanent fire plane portal. I feel like you wouldn't say that you're building a portal, but but maybe. I don't know. I'm really not confident about what insane, like what the insane fire elemental attuned dragon, what would they even want to build? What would they want to build? What would be like satisfying narratively for him to be building? Unless it's like, I feel like it has to be hinting at something bigger, either bigger plans for Thordak, but it doesn't really seem like Thordak fucking has plans at this point. So it feels like it should be like hinting towards like the next villain. So I guess maybe, which leads me back to my fire primordial theory, because I did have a theory about the primordials coming back. I guess it could be Vecna. I've talked about Vecna a lot, but I don't. So far, from everything that we've seen, I see very little connection between Thordak and Vecna, other than like totally like coincidental, like totally like third order connections. So I don't know. I do feel like they're going to kill Thordak. But I think it's very possible that they don't kill Raishan. I think honestly, Raishan dying will be like a not an optional objective, so to speak, but like I think it'll really depend on Vox Machina's choices. I think there is a very clear like path where Raishan lives and path where Raishan dies. And I think it's almost entirely based on Vox Machina's decision making. Yeah. I love that you have all your theories. I also just had my subscription end so I can use your code. Let's go. Also, you can to be clear to everyone, you can access this for free, the Unified Critical Role Theory. Obviously, I am sponsored by World Anvil, so I would love it if you used my code. I would really appreciate it. It helps me, helps the channel. But you can access this with a free account. You can access this with no account. Which is part of the reason I mentioned in Discord that I want to make this more of the Cry's hub long term. And it is mostly because of that. Because it is browser-based, so it's easier to get to than Discord, and you don't have to have an account to view it. You have to have an account to like do any of like the commenting. I'm going to set up a forum on there, so you'd have to have an account to do any of that. But just to view the theory, view the notes, view information about it, you don't have to have an account. Now, again, I'd love it if you had one and it was paid and you used my code. But that is a decent chunk of why I want to move it all into here. Yeah, but the theories are the only ones that I still need to clean up. So like, I cleaned up the moon tree. But there's a couple that I didn't. Oh, actually, I've cleaned up all the ones that you guys can see. There's just several theories that you guys can't see that I haven't cleaned up yet. But yeah. Anyways, we finally fight Thornak today. Doubt. Press big X. Press big X. I don't think so. I don't think so. Someone isn't on screen when you expect them to be. Must be a lower shapeshifting. It's the fact that Matt made a point of mentioning it. That's what sits in my mind about it. I don't know. Mega, should all those entities be public if we follow the world animal? Because I only see characters and locations. What? You only see characters and locations? Wait. Before we move on. There's nothing secret back here. So like you don't see like this? Is this entire the category's private? Okay. Oh no. Are all the categories private? No. Oh Jesus. Okay, 1 second. We're gonna speed run this. We're gonna speed run this really quick. I'm going to make all of the categories public really quick because there's a lot of categories and they should all be public. I think I must have had them private at some point in the past. Okay. Oh my God. Yup. They were all private. All private. Shit. Locations. Landmarks is public. Landmass public, planes public, regions, geographic regions. Oh, geographic regions is private. States is private. Settlements. Okay, districts. Districts is private. There we go. I think that's all of them for those two. Then items, public, vestiges, private. Switch that to public. Species, public. Traditions, histories, mythologies, public. Also, I realized I don't have a note for calamity, which is kind of interesting. I should. I should have a note, an article for the calamity, but I just didn't. Let's see, events. And there are some there are some like subcategories, right? Some categories like characters, for example, has these subcategories, but it also has people in the broad category. So just because something has subcategories doesn't mean that it doesn't also have just like stuff in it. Reports is the only one that should be private. I think I'm going to keep the reports private for now. I might make them public in the future, but for now, reports are not. And then unlikely, boop. Yeah. So like, you'll be able to see like the Chroma Conclave behind it all. It's still a draft. If I go and view this one, this is what the non-zhuzhed ones look like because I just copied it straight out of Obsidian. So I still need to mess with some of the theories. And then ways of life, public, D&D classes and subclasses, public. Okay. Sweet. That's all fixed. Thank you for letting me know that was broken. That would be cool if he's being made an avatar and didn't know it. I could see something like that happening. Yeah. What if Thordak is resurrected like Jesus, but instead is a primordial? I mean, I also do have the lingering theory that Thordak is like this like sort of quasi-eternal villain, because we still have we still have this kind of hanging question of Thordak was resurrected, or at least like I guess just never died, but he has this big gap between being repulsed 400 years ago, where Devosa claimed he died, and then 15 years ago he's ruling Viscan. It's like, it's like, I guess he could have been in some sort of maybe like stasis, but it seems like broadly, it seems like he was resurrected. So I don't know. What would you say the odds of Raishan surviving are? I'd legitimately call them 50-50. Because I truly don't know, especially with Mary Elizabeth, with Zara's hesitancy and general distrust and dislike. I really give it a 50-50. Yeah. What up, Fairwin? Have Megan and Sam ever been on the same screen? Dun 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 dun. This feels like an important sponsor tangent. Oh yeah. Well, and also to be clear, I'm pretty committed to the unified critical role theory being in World Anvil, regardless of if World Anvil continues to sponsor, just because it is like broadly, I think, a better system, and like we'll have a lot of benefits over doing it in Obsidian. What's up, Bug? Bug just opened the door. Ridiculous. Yeah. Hey, girl. I think World Anvil has a lot of benefits, so I'll be in there, no matter if they continue to sponsor. But that was very important. Thank you for calling that out, because yes, all of those should have been public. Mega is Sam. That's the thing that you guys haven't realized this whole goddamn time. It's been me, and I take off the fucking mask. Sam is Mega's dad. Would Sam be old enough to be my dad? How old is Sam? I guess I'm seeing him when he was a bit younger. Sam Regal. Samuel. Sam's 48. He is substantially younger than my father. He is technically... Well, actually, no. How old would he have been? Wait, how old am I? Okay, I have to do some math. Wait. I'm 27. Yes. So Sam would have had to have been 21 when he had me. If he did. My dad is nearly 60. So it's a little bit different. I mean, Sam was an adult with his own apartment during 9/11, so depending on how old May is, it might be possible. It's possible. If Sam had me young, it's possible. Sam is 48. What up, Albie? I don't think the beginning of last step is that critical, I would say, towards whatever we're gonna be seeing. Yeah. Sam has said he hasn't watched the episodes. Dun dun dun. I was gonna guess 28 for you. I'm 27, I think. Sometimes I forget. I have to do the math. I have to look at the year and be like, what? Luckily, my birthday's towards the beginning of the year, so for the majority of the year, I can just do year math because my birthday's like right at the start, which is very, very nice. A lot of people have kids at 21. They do. It's certainly not unheard of. I don't know. Sam doesn't give me the vibes of someone who had his kids young. I feel like he has the vibe of someone who had his kid when he was like 29 or 30 is the vibe I get. So I would assume his kids like right now are like going into college. I figured because you look like you're in your 20s, but you talk like you're 33. Thank you. I don't know exactly what that means, but I get it. I get the X factor of that. Yeah. I am indeed in my 20s. But also, I have no siblings, had very few friends when I was like young, and grew up like traveling a lot with my single mother. Well, driving back and forth between a different town that the rest of our like family was in. Traveling makes it sound like I was going abroad to Canada or somewhere exotic. I don't know. No, we were driving back and forth to Wichita. But yeah, so I spent a lot of time with a fairly young mother. So I got, even though I am technically Gen Z, I got a lot of that like Gen X millennial stuff baked in there. Yeah. Sam's kids aren't even in high school yet, or right on the cusp of it. Okay, so he waited a little bit. Later, yeah. I thought I'm weird for not remembering my age. There's a reason why databases generally store people's birth year instead of age. That's what I'm saying, dude. And like past a certain point, it just doesn't matter anymore. Like once past 21, at least in the US, it like mostly doesn't matter. And then like it really doesn't matter past what's the whole like rent a car age? I think it's 24, I think. Is like when you can like rent a car in the US. Woo. Past those, I feel like you're why do I keep track anymore? I also don't really fuck with my birthday. I don't fuck with it. Yeah. I maintain that traveling 4+ states is going somewhere exotic. That's fair. Yeah, I think if you travel 4 states in any direction, I would agree. Like, I went to California for one of my cousin's weddings when I was a kid, and that felt very exotic when I was like 8. California felt very, very exotic compared to Kansas. No, man. But when I was a kid, the vast majority, when I say we traveled, it was within Kansas. It was Kansas City to Wichita, which is a delightful drive. You pass the bizarre cattle crossing. It's delightful. We always took a picture, and peed. I missed the later. What the latter? The later? What? What do you mean, Albie? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. I don't know. Past a certain point, you're closer to the grave. That's what I'm saying. How many levels of legal adult do Americans have? I'd say 3. I'd say it's 18 to vote, 21 to drink, and then the car one at like 24 or 25. They supposed to be upcharged. That's right, they upcharge. So I'd say it's mostly 2. I hate that I'm technically Gen Z, but I was born before millennium, so I still say millennial. I think that's bullshit. I agree. The Gen Z cutoff is 1997, I think. Gen Z cutoffs. Yeah, 1997 and 2012. This is so weird to me. Because it's like, it's 3 years off from being such a clean number. I agree. I know that I am technically Gen Z, but it definitely, I don't know. I vibe more with the term zillennial, which is just dumb. Yeah. Americans don't trust other Americans with property. Lol. Yeah. Yeah, the fact that the US lets 16 kids drive whole ass cars is insane to me. Oh, I guess that's true. Well, I got a permit when I got a permit when I was 14. And that was like with the permit you could drive to school, which I had to do because my school was like fucking half an hour away by car. And yeah, you can start driving when you're 14. If you get a farmer's permit, you can start driving when you're like 13 in Kansas. It's crazy, dude. It is insane. It's a little ludicrous. But it's like, unfortunately, like, I don't even want to get on it too much because it's kind of unfortunately necessary in large parts of the country. I talked about the farmer's permit, but like that was, I knew kids in my high school that like there is no other way they could have gotten to school. They lived like 2 hours away from school if they were like walking. I lived like two hours away by walking. So it's like, you know, you had to have a car. You had, which is, we don't even need to get into it. You can assume most of my opinions based on the fact that half of the reason I wanted to move to Chicago was because it had the second best public transit system in the US, behind New York. And it is a fraction of the price of New York. That is what made me and Paige's decision on why we moved to Chicago. And then we sold our cars. So I'm not even going to get into all the car shit because I would go on for too long, and I got the canker sore. So I'm moving on. You're definitely Gen Z. Millennials weren't born in 2000. They were adolescents and teenagers in 2000. Yeah, but I feel like millennials may be born in 1999. Come on. Anyways. I really am. I get like, I will say this. If you are someone, which I don't know how many people like this would even be in my chat. But if you're someone who is very car hoorah, I get it. I very much get it. I would say my main shtick, like when I think about like an easy policy change. Actually, this is actually cool. This is actually a cool thing that I can share. I like sharing like more positive stuff. And there's actually a very positive public transit like kind of news event, I guess you could say, in the US right now. There's a very positive one. Commuter train Florida. The Tri-Rail in Florida. You can, or maybe Sunrail. Major changes could be coming to the Brightline. Brightline, I believe. It's either Sunrail or Brightline. I can't remember what it is. Is the intercity rail route. Yes, that runs between Miami and Orlando. So this is a commuter, a private commuter rail that is really gaining a lot of popularity and is doing really, really well in Florida. It goes between Miami and Orlando. And it is really like it is having a dramatic success on cutting down on car usage, and is it's not nearly as successful as Chicago's Metra or the L or anything like that, but it's having a really, really good success. And the big thing that I will like hit on, if you want to learn more about like why trains failed in America, because I find this sort of stuff so interesting, look into the privatization. Well, American rail has mostly been private. But then there was a point in the 1900s, I believe, either that or the very late 1800s, where the actual passenger part of it was nationalized. So now we have Amtrak, which is like the main passenger. I shouldn't say commuter, passenger rail. Between states right now. So like Amtrak will take you, like if say I wanted to go home to Kansas, I would have to get an Amtrak train to go from Chicago to Kansas City. They do exist, and they're not expensive, but they're really slow. They're really, really, really slow. And part of my pitch, I might say, if you're wanting to look into this, or if you're just like an American, you're thinking about it, and you maybe are uncertain as to why rail does so much worse than like plane or car, I think a good like initial mindset for me was thinking about how like most airports are government owned, either state or federal. Most roads are government owned, but you have private planes and private cars and private trucks. Rail in America is the exact opposite. The actual tracks that the trains go on are privately owned, at least the majority of them. And the trains, the main passenger trains, are government owned. And that... I won't go too into the rabbit hole on how many problems that has caused, but even just like at a base level, regardless of the theory, just in practice, you can see planes are incredibly successful in America. Like we love the planes. I mean, barring maybe events of the past couple of months, people love the plane industry. And again, airports, which are like harder to make a profit at than the actual flying of the plane. That is government owned, and then the actual like vehicle is private. Whereas again, in the rail industry, it's totally flipped. And so it's like that's like an easy place to start when like thinking about like what could we do to solve rail. There's been a few attempts at it, but I think the reason that Brightline is succeeding in Florida, even though the actual tracks are still privately owned, the train itself is private. And that's not to say that like private ownership is is going to solve everything. I think it has a lot of downsides, but broadly, I think that is something that we could look at least, is just making rail like all other forms of transit. And seeing if it still has, unique things that it needs beyond that. Because America, I really do think, is one of those countries that could benefit the most from high-speed rail. Like, it's great that, somewhere like Japan or the UK has some high-speed rail options, but America is so big that, like, connecting major population centers really quickly, I personally think would be even more beneficial, because it is so much harder to cross those distances with other forms of transit. Anyways, although I guess maybe that's something to be said about planes, but Anywho, I should stop with this. I should stop with that. The fact that car and truck lobbyists killed the U.S. railway system. Yeah. Yup. Fucking Citizens United, the worst thing to ever happen to America. Lobbyists. Let's see. We're gonna skip the first ads because I need to get into it, but I will end it there. No to skip. That sounds like hippie dippy socialism. I didn't know this about rail ownership. Yeah, it is like, because like rail, it's like America used to be such a major power and leader in rail. And so it's I think in schools generally it's just shown as like this natural transition between like rail and like rail to car. But it was really like just a series of missteps, just a series of broad bad missteps that got us here. And the thing that I find empowering about that is that a series of correct decisions can bring it back. Like, Kansas City tore up most of its streetcar network, like 90% of its streetcar network over the course of like 20 years. You can make large scale transit commuter changes in short periods. You can make those changes in lifetimes. You don't need to like, perform crazy like cultural sentiment changes. The changes can happen quick. They just need the right support and the right specific ideas. I love these asides. I'll say you're still, yeah. It's because it's numb right now, so I'm not really noticing it. I'll be paying for it later. But the biggest thing for customer satisfaction is that passenger rail often has to pull over and stop to let cargo. Yep. It does at that. And that is partially to do with weird regulation, but that is also largely because the companies that run the cargo trains are the same companies that own the tracks. And so they give themselves priority, which, I mean, yeah, obviously you would. And Amtrak has to stop, which just blows. Yeah. Eminent domain, the Florida Rail, once it's successful. Yeah. Just fold it up into Amtrak and let them slowly kill it. Yeah. There's a reason there are 100+ years train companies still kicking and non-subsidized airlines barely last a decade. Yeah, like rail is just like a great solution, and there are just like some very small things that we could do. It's very similar to like U.S. zoning. Is like the reason that like there's such suburban sprawl. There are just like a few small policies that are really like set up these terrible incentives. But again, I find that somewhat reassuring. We are capable of changing it. Yeah. I'd like to be able to get to a best friend's wedding without driving 7 hours or flying on a plane. Yeah. And also, yeah, fuck Citizens United for real. For real. Yeah. Anyways. I can get halfway across the country in 4 hours in a big seat and get up and walk around the restaurant cart. Oh my God, they're so much more comfortable than a plane. It's crazy. Planes should be like the fast option. Don't get me wrong. But man, oh man, are trains more comfortable. I've taken the train from Chicago to Kansas several times, and it's so much more comfortable than a plane. But it takes longer. Anyways, I am in I knew that this would be a potential problem of me being in healthy tongue mega mode because whenever I get these canker sores, I have more trouble sleeping, and then I have to like take like, fucking painkillers, which then reduces my motivation to like, or it makes it easier to tangent and talk. It's fucked up. It's a fucked up system that we live in. You need the culture in America to change before rail would have a chance. I understand that mindset. I truly don't think it's true. I think you could make some small changes to policy and there just is a financial incentive. Like if we nationalize the actual rail lines themselves, like the actual like rails, like an airport or like a road, and suddenly the actual availability of the rail line and the maintenance isn't driven by profit, like a road. You know, roads just focus on having maximum uptime, not necessarily on like returning a profit. And that's like how airports are as well. If you did that with rails and opened things up to private passenger lines, which there are, like I said, in Florida, I really think that there is just an economic niche there that would get filled. Not to be too fucking capitalism coded, but I truly believe that it would just naturally flow out and it would naturally shift public perception. But I could be wrong. Anyways, tongue play CR.
Coming back into our game. Getting my music situated here.
She's a
There it is.
British
Oh, hi.
house.
Volume.
Yeah.
So, as you all slowly come to consciousness the following morning, well rested, for the most part, you gather your supplies, you prepare your whatever else you need to prepare before making your way to the coming battle. So, what do you guys want to do?
Go to the coming battle.
Yes.
All right, got everything situated. You wait throughout the day anxiously, eating your meal, looking to find. The music is intense here.
It's a whole now.
We didn't hear it the first time because it was just
I feel like we got
now we're
15
hearing
feet out
I
of
attack Zara.
I use Witch Bolt. I'm scanning.
It's like that random Final Fantasy encounter just happened. And you're like, I only got 10 feet.
I just got out of the shop. Just got out.
And in that moment, we fall in love. That's right.
We got
I
it.
pull out your hair.
Every
We're fixing the audio. I don't think this is mine either.
Weird.
Is this just a radio station that we're picking up?
What just
You're listening to the
sounds
sounds of Whitestone.
On WNBC Radio.
This is Drag Radio. Give me a shout out to the content. Fox Mouth that way.
Okay. I think we're at my tracks. Okay.
Yay.
I need my music. This is the thing. I need to have it there. I can't focus in Dungeon Master from the music.
Do you need gunpowder? What's going on?
So, thank you guys. Pushing through the day, working through the antsiness of coming conflict. Allura, communicating back and forth, gets word that the forces have gathered, temporarily set up camp to arm themselves and prepare for the battle once sundown hits. War Master Mikhail Daxio is awaiting your arrival. So,
I have a question. I'm gonna attune the Boots of Haste that I took from my brother just now.
okay.
That your brother gave to you.
That my brother gave me. And if I unattune my cold snap armor, do I just lose the cold resistance?
And any sort of armor bonus that it would give you.
Oh, so I would.
I mean, you would still have the armor, like this leather armor. It would give you a bonus of 2 to your AC, but it's like a +2 armor. You would lose the +2 on top of the actual armor.
That's a big drop. I'm gonna take my bracers off then.
Okay, so you're doing 2 less damage per attack.
Yes.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
That's wise.
I'm going to attune my charred dog staff.
All right.
It needs attunement.
Good.
And I'm going to go ahead and attune to my cape instead of my ring.
Okay.
I'm tuning the dragon sword, and I want to use it a little bit just so I don't get pantsed in the moment. Does it work all right? Am I all right with this? Often large.
It's bigger than what you're used to.
Yeah.
But
spar?
but even still.
It won't do a bonus to him. He's not a dragon.
I mean, I'd like to, but do we have time?
There's plenty of
You
time.
give it a shot.
Yeah, sure.
All right. So the two of you square off briefly out in the streets just outside of the guard barracks.
I whisper in my brother's ear.
Oh.
Just be careful because what? What?
Fuck it, John. Try it. I mean, so Albie is not a mod. So when Albie does exclamation point commands, it only returns Albie's commands that they have available. So I think it's been so long I forgot it. I know, me too. Let's see. Critical Role. I should also put this in the Critical Role thing. Let's see. Set playback speed. It is not disabled. So yeah, exclamation point, set playback speed. And I don't think you might need to do the camel casing. I'm honestly not sure. I don't know. Yeah, try it. Let's try it. I don't know.
Nothing. What were you going to say?
Be careful. I think he has a grudge against you.
For what?
Just go.
All right.
Really great.
Am I fighting you or your sister?
It's really the same thing at all
I
times.
use awaken mind. I say, Cash, go easy on
Actually,
me.
it's not.
Oh shit.
We're going easy. I just want to make sure that you and your blade are one before you go into battle. It's a bad time to find out you don't know how to use it.
Poke him in the knee with my sword.
Wrong tech.
That is this a sneak attack?
No.
No, it's a 28.
It cuts your throat.
All right, so as you say that, he smiles, and before you even notice, you hear a ping, and you feel a slight vibration into your lower pauldron. You look down, and the sword has not hurt you, but is definitely pierced to the plates behind the armor, and he's posturing that he already has availability with the blade between your armor.
Interesting.
I jump back 5 feet.
I flame strike. No, I won't.
Evasion!
just jump right to it.
Where's Boss Buckley now? Well, they killed each other. So as you both stand there, kind of in a moment squaring off, the tension still in the city from the coming event, but people are starting to look out and gather, and kind of they're having like a Morpheus is fighting Neo moment as people are from buildings and gathering a small circle around.
Yeah, I go up to Vex and go, well, why is this happening? Is this happening for like, did they tell you, did they
They're
tell you the
fighting
reason?
over you, darling. They're fighting over you.
I can tell.
Yeah,
I've been
that's
with
what's
you
happening.
for a long time.
They both
I can
profess
tell.
their love
You're
and now
lying
they're
to me now. Now you're patronizing.
We're really not that far away. Are we gonna do this? You ready?
I'm ready when you are.
Who's making the first move?
Me.
Why are we doing this?
Loser keeps keeling.
Initiative or attack? I don't even know what this is.
The initiative was whoever said me first. So.
Okay, so
I didn't know how badly I wanted this until now.
Boy, I did.
oh man, what are we fighting to? Here we go. So that is the first, and that is I'm gonna use luck. It's the same thing.
Dude, we're gonna fight a fucking dragon. You're fighting Cash.
We're sparring.
You realize
Friendly sparring.
what do I have? You're spending your life.
I spent it already.
Yeah.
This is just so we're clear, everybody. I'm gonna switch back to Liam. This is a game. This is a game. Which camera's on me? This is a game.
Your fun is wrong.
Your fun is very wrong.
That was an 18.
And 18. What's your armor class? Did you shield?
My armor class is 20.
Strike with
That's the first one.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, with your attack sword.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so now you're attacking with your.
Natural 20 with Whisper.
I mean, hey, more power to him, all right? More I love the fucking yeah. Very yeah, I can fucking tell. I can tell they've gotten some comments and that is that is maybe some pent up feeling. Which is like, oh man, it's very funny. Like, this is one of the, how exactly do I say this? This is like a big, like, I talk a lot about, consistency and style and tone and, for this type of game or for that type of game, maybe do this, or for these types of players, do that. There is also, and it's harder to analyze, which is why, I'm not talking about it as much. But there's also like moment to moment stylistic things and things that you maybe have to is a strong word, but can and probably should modify. There are things that you can and should modify about your style and about your tone as a DM in response to how your players are playing that day. Like if one of your players is in like this weird wacky mood, one of the other players is gone. You've got 2 guest players. It's a weird moment. And he's warning him like, oh, you used your last luck, and Liam's basically like, fuck it, I'm having fun. I think like going back to the core of like DMing and like, one of the ways that I think about it, like vibes managing, of making sure that everyone's having a good time. Everyone is gaining fulfillment from the game, right? There's no part of me that is like, Matt should then like give Liam a consequence, like teach him about managing his resources more effectively, right? Liam very clearly knows that he is not managing his resource pool at like decent efficiency, right? He's obviously aware. And so even though I am the type of DM that is like, oh, you got to, occasionally, let your players have it a little bit, don't go too easy on them. There is also like, sometimes you have to scale it back in the moment. And it is also like, this is part of my like, I talk a lot about like foreshadowing danger, right? I think there's also an aspect of that foreshadowing danger, which is like you planning on foreshadowing the danger also gives you as a DM kind of a moment before the danger activates, right? A moment to possibly reel it back, possibly scale up the kind of communication of the foreshadowing. Because, right, if Liam is, kind of more in a fuck around sort of mood, I don't want to punish him for that. And so if they do all this fucking around, he wastes a bunch of his resources, and then they're like, let's teleport to Emon. And in my head, as Matt, I had already planned that like the moment they get to Emon, they immediately get jumped by an incredibly deadly fight that's going to be very, very difficult. If I've pre-decided that as Matt, oh no, that might feel like some manner of punishment. But if I've baked in, they're going to teleport to Emon, and right when they get to Emon, they get that big foreshadowing moment, but they might be able to hide, they might be able to run away, they might be able to teleport straight back to Whitestone, with, gaining a little bit more information. Having that moment, if I see Liam, is in a fuck around mood, he's wasting his resources on, role play and having fun, I'm going to pump up the danger, the communicated danger, on that foreshadowing moment, because in my head I'm like, oh fuck, like again, I don't want to punish him for that, because as he's saying, it's a game. Like a lot of the stuff I talk about is centered around telling good stories, but it is also centered around playing fun games and having a fun game. And at the end of the day, this is what Liam wants to do right now, because they are in kind of a weird scenario. I think that's valid. It's sort of similar to like why I was kind of not cringing, but like kind of like, man, Matt, don't be so harsh during the City of Brass arc, because that also to me kind of felt like this. They just want to go and have fun for a second, and not worry as much about the story, just like play a game with their friend. Now, I said towards the end of that, when they got back, I'm not going to consider that too heavily for the future for that particular arc, but it's a similar mindset for me. Yeah. He wants to have fun with Will without dragon stakes for just a tiny bit. Yeah. Stark contrast to all the audience outreach they did in the very early Underdark stream days. Yeah. Oh my god, your choice was not the optimal choice. Thordak attacks you in the dead of night. Where's your luck now, Liam? Not Matt. Never. No, Hodis the Rakshasa. Attacking him in the dead of night. No way. Change the course of history. There you stand, luckless. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. It's very funny. And it's like, you know, I'm also coming from the perspective of I don't really like PvP in D&D. System's not designed for it. I generally discourage it. But again, if that's like the type of fun that this player's into, more power to him. And I will also say, if you're, you know, this is like, I'm talking about this kind of as if it's like an exception moment, right? And there's a separate conversation about what if Liam wants to do this sort of thing all the time, right? He's always wanting to kind of like do like, you know, little fun PvP moments with the other players. He's not just throwing away resources constantly, all that sort of stuff. There's a decent possibility that D&D is not for that type of player. You know what I'm saying? If someone really does not mess with the resource management side of things, if they are wanting to get into PvP a lot, even if it's just like for fun and whimsy, I think there is a decent discussion about, you know, the game is meant to tell a story, and that telling of the story should be fun. If the system is sometimes getting in the way of your fun, like the way that the system is meant to tell the story, because like D&D is meant to tell its story through that resource management. There are plenty of TTRPGs that do not use resource management as core of a part of their rule set. And if that aspect of it, like saving your resources and managing them, does not facilitate fun stories to you, it does not facilitate, let's not even say fun stories, does not facilitate fun most of the time for you, then you should probably look for a different TTRPG. There are tons of great ones. And there's probably one that would suit, you know, those kind of tastes better. I don't think Liam is like that, to be clear. I think this is a minority of like kind of Liam's attitude. But I you know, it's probably, you know, I'll throw out a random number, like 5 to 10%. I think 5 to 10%, yeah, that's just something you kind of you deal with and you massage as a DM. The only time I would say like you need to look for another system or whatever is when it's like, okay, this player is wanting to kind of throw away those system things consistently, like, again, more than 50% of the time. And if it's like closer to like 90 to 100%, then yeah, definitely probably find a different system. Yeah. If he's constantly fucking around, the other question is, are the other players also doing that? Because it might not be the table for that player. That's also true. That's also very, very true. And to be clear, yeah, when I say like they might need to find a different system, it might just be that player. That might not mean that your table needs to find a different system, right? So yeah, that's a very, very good point. It really depends on the general vibe, which I think the general vibe of this table is similar to Liam here, where like generally they're pretty like in line with how D&D manages things, but occasionally they just want to fuck around and spend some of their resources, and they don't always desire that fucking around at the most opportune of times in terms of the storytelling of it all. But you know, it's a minority. It's something that you can work around as a DM.
Oh,
right.
shit.
So, as he swings with the sword, with your shield, you deflect it off to the side and you butt your spear through for your own strike. However, he's suddenly much closer than you expected, and you feel the blade kind of shirk the side of the armor. So for the purposes of this, we're not rolling damage since the spar.
Thank you.
But the blade hits and pokes just enough where you know that's where the kidney is.
Right, okay.
And in that brief moment, you see the little creaky smile at the side of his mouth. You go ahead and roll your attack now, Kishon.
18. Plus, well, if I'm using I don't want to use the Shadow Spear.
Okay.
Should be. Let's not do neck damage on him, let's think. It's a regular +2, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
20.
Nope.
But it's plus 2 spear. What's your attack bonus?
Oh, yeah, the attack bonus is plus 10.
20.
Oh, so yeah, so that's 28.
28 to you, yeah.
Oh, that definitely hits.
Yeah, so after you get the blade there, there's that moment of posturing. How do you deflect him off?
I think, yeah, the blade comes in, he's got his spear, so as the blade comes in, he slaps his arm away and just takes it lightly right across the chest, so it just cuts into a little bit of fabric.
You back away and you see 2 of the...
Okay, this is... I was wondering how this was, going to continue to go. After Matt said, we're not rolling damage because it's just sparring. I like this. This is way closer to how I run almost all of my, like, inter-party interactions. What you might call, like, PvP. I mean, I wouldn't even have them, frankly, roll attack rolls unless they wanted to. And then I would just, let them facilitate that. And it seems like both of them kind of want Matt to describe the battle, but they're both down with him doing it very flavorfully and narratively. Again, I like to let my players describe it themselves, but I don't think there's anything... If they wanted, like, help in describing that, I'm down. But I really like it. Surprising, the thing that is closest to what I do, I like. But yeah, this is I like this over something like true PvP, because I've talked ad nauseum about how unbalanced D&D PvP is. It's just not, the system is not built around it. It's not meant to be. And so I like Matt sticking with the narrative of it, and just doing the attack rolls to give probably himself a little bit of a basis on, like, how to describe it, right? Which I think is totally fair. And it's also like if my players are like, if one of them lies and one of the other players asks, like, oh, can I tell if they're lying? I don't require that they roll insight, but I'll say, hey, you can roll insight if you want. I'm not going to dictate if it succeeds or fails. You guys can do roll-offs if you want, and I'll, help you out with that, but I'm not going to be dictating what success or failures. I'm not going to set DCs here. You guys narratively, flavorfully figure it out. And that's much, much closer to what is going on here, which I like. I like a lot. Yeah. Matt's players love to rolls. He would be mean to remove that from them. That's true. Everyone needs a break from the seriousness. There's a reason gallows humor is the thing. Humans tend to lighten the mood when possible. The steam's got events sometimes. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, which is also, I mean, another point towards why I like this particularly right here is the lack of HP damage is allowing them to, like, maintain their resources while still having this, like, flavorful, like, role play venting sort of session or sort of sequence. So I like it. And, if Liam wants to use some of his resources, he more than can, but I like the baseline of, like, they don't have to if they just want to experience the scene.
Mantle like dark feathers of your armor. The very tips just go.
And then I look at you and go, 1/1.
I cast Eldritch Blast, 2 beams right in front of either one of them.
As you guys are having this moment, all of a sudden, the ground detonates before you in a haze of greenish-white arcane energy. You see now these small, kind of basketball-sized, concave blast craters in the ground before each of you, and right off the side you see Zara standing, staff in one hand before her with the other.
Oh, you do have 2 different color eyes. So nice.
I used thaumaturgy to go fire with my eyes.
We're just playing.
All right, boys, enough.
No fun for you.
All right, we'll play Slap and Tickle later.
Your fun is wrong. Play Slap Tickle later. Let's do this.
Pick it up afterwards.
Anyway, sword words. Good, sure.
All right, you sheath the sword. So, you guys gather the rest of your materials together.
We still have that spare sword that was just that standard rapier that was just in the bag before from the general, correct?
Grog has the bag of holding,
Oh.
and I don't know.
I think we still have. I think we have just a very standard nothing, or like it's barely a +1, like a plus one.
Yeah, it's barely enchanted.
What do you need it for?
Just in case someone gets close enough to me that it's complicated.
I have a short sword, but that sounds better.
It's probably better. It's whatever stone they'll have. Yeah.
Short sword is dex based, so you can probably want to remember that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Anyway.
I need to roll really fast to recharge my spire.
Yes, you do.
So I'm gonna do that real fast.
And actually, you should roll 2. So recharge your
It
1.
goes all the way up. It is full again.
All right.
4 plus 4.
Twice, actually. 2 nights of rest, so.
That's mine. It's 12.
So it's mine.
So I'm back up
For you.
Okay.
Back to normal.
Back to normal.
Alrighty. As you guys are preparing...
Oh, I forgot the other theory that I'm getting more and more convinced on. I'm getting more and more convinced. I haven't fully, I'm not entirely certain yet. And I still need to, look at a few more things about it. But man, oh man, am I pretty sure that I'm not entirely sure that Vecna is Thurisdun, but I am becoming pretty solidly convinced that Thurisdun is the former death god. I'm pretty heavily convinced of that. And I became convinced of it when looking at some Ioun stuff. Where did I not write it all down here? Oh, it might have been in the Raven Queen article, which ties in, I swear. The path you walk to the Sphinx. Oh, dude, I still have no idea what this means. Even on further reflection, I have no idea what the Raven Queen was yapping about when it comes to when it comes to some of our found series. I can only say the path you walk to the Sphinx gave you what you need. Stay alive. No clue. Where is it? Oh, did I not write it down here? Where the fuck did I write it down? I could have sworn. Okay, the only other place it might be is in Vasselheim. Because I was writing stuff about... Oh, aha! Yes! Yes. This is it. Okay, so this is in the Vasselheim article. You can tell I still need to do some amount of organization. But it's because it's in the Dusk Meadow, the Raven Queen's domain. So the library here is a loose partnership between the people worshippers of her, okay, and those who follow Ioun. So there's a Raven Queen and Ioun library. It is a center for knowledge and history kept within the city. And I just pointed out, I was like, just saying, control over the library and knowledge would make it real easy for someone to wipe knowledge of a certain death god from history after the Raven Queen ascended, which we know is what happened by Pike's knowledge. Once more, the Raven Queen ascended essentially as a follower and partner of the previous god of death, which his name has been erased from the books. Who has control over the books? Ioun and the Raven Queen. And so it's like, okay, now the Raven Queen and Ioun are buddies. Seems like very possible. Right here, Dusk Meadow, Raven Queen's domain, right? There was a scourge of undeath after a battle several hundred years ago. Now, several hundred, to me, is anywhere between, 999 and 200. Anywhere in there could be several hundred. So, this could be, 400. This could be, again, 900, 800, whatever. So I think there's enough wiggle room there for that to be potentially before the Second War, or more likely, but, it's still possible afterward. I said it's also super possible that this related to the conflict between Ioun and Thurisdun. or Thrizdun or whatever. Because in the conversation, or with the knowledge of the Raven Queen, it said that the original god of death was once a tyrannical position of death and afterlife and souls, and took it towards the more natural transition that it is. And the Raven Queen has big beef about undeath and eternal life. Seems like kind of combining those things, talking about like a tyrannical death god, seems like he might have been super into the concept of undeath and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I can see a big connection there with this scourge of undeath after a battle. The battle is, I think, where Thrizdun ultimately wounded Ioun. But why were they conflicting in the first place, you might ask? Well, it seems like Ioun and Thrizdun got in a fight, and after Ioun won, even though she got wounded, and sealed away the old death god, she then just elevates her buddy to be the new death god. She elevates the Raven Queen. Maybe the Raven Queen is even, she kind of flipped on Thrizdun, and is why ultimately Ioun was able to succeed in like their battle. And so Ioun supported the Raven Queen's ascension to become the new death god, and that's why they worked together on the library in the area. So that's what I think. That's what I think. Now, the hanging question of, is Vecna Thrizdun? That I'm still not so sure about. I'm really not sure. Because we've got a lot of like left hand imagery with Vecna, you know? We've got, left eye. It's there's no I would say like clear relationship other than that. I feel like Vecna and the Raven Queen seem to have some connections. That's what but you know, I think the Raven Queen and Thrizdun and the original God of Death have connections, but it's really small. It's really small. And so I'm really not sure. I don't know. I feel like I'm on the cusp of figuring it out. Like there's like one little piece of information that's going to like click everything together, but I haven't gotten it yet. Oh, there is one kind of funny thing that I actually think is just like pure coincidence on Matt's part. Jurazel is the name of the devil prince that Glabrezu was impersonating during the pre-stream Demons in Emon. And I was like, Jurazel? I was like, you know, converting the notes into the world animal. I was like, Jurazel, what? That name sounds so familiar. And it's like really, really close to Jurael, which is the fire giant that they just did all the shit for in the City of Brass, who also has big beef with devils and the hells. And I'm like, this feels like total coincidence, honestly. But how cool would it be if, like, I could one day ask Matt, like how cool would it be if Glabrezu, the treachery demon, like, is like fabricating a persona for the Devil Prince based on Jurael, and he's the one that like killed Jurael's husband? I don't know. I was just like, that's like a weirdly, like, those are weirdly similar names. And I don't think there's anything to it, but it was, I just had to make a note of it because I thought it was kind of funny. Yeah. Anyways. Several to me means at least 3, probably not more than 10. I think, yeah, I agree. I think I'm right where with you on that. Yeah. Lore dives. The lore dives are intense. There's so many if-then statements. It really is. And like things collapse and expand and collapse again. But yeah, I'm gonna continue cleaning all of this up to try and like, separate it out much cleaner so that I don't have to hunt for it like that. But I'm excited. Oh, I also started doing the map of Exandria, but it's not even close to presentable yet. I mean, I guess you can go and look at it now, but it's not even close to done. Superman's dad, Jor-El. Yeah. Anyways, I don't think there was anything else major that I rediscovered when doing the notes. Oh, there's one thing. Okay, there's actually one last thing. So I found the second spark versus the second war versus the divergence versus the penance. And I started with, frankly, who the fuck knows. And the main explicit reference that we have to this is the history of the Raven Queen, in which we learned that she ascended pre-second spark. My theory, broadly, is that the sparks, so like first spark, second spark, are the events in which the gods created mortals. So first spark would be when they created mortals when the primordials were still walking around, and then they had the first war, basically during the founding, right? So during the founding, the gods came to the material plane, did the first spark, eventually did the first war with the primordials. After the first war, we go into the Age of Arcanum, and then I think that the second spark would probably be post-Second War and post-Penance, because the Penance is described as like a Noah's Flood type situation, and Vasselheim survived, but I'm assuming that the gods must have done a second spark kind of separate from Vasselheim and didn't just leave Vasselheim to like totally repopulate Exandria. That's my current assumption, but we have like one mention of it so far, so I'm super uncertain. But that's pretty much where I am. Anyways, my tongue hurts, I guess. So much to talk about, though.
Gilmore comes out kind of, you can see now he's usually dressed in his usual casual flowing robes or his wizard tracksuit type outfit. The outfit you see on him, it's more ornamental, and it's specifically more so than you've seen him wear. It has a very similar design and presentation of some of the more noble individuals you saw wandering Marquette, on Corral in particular. He seems to going more ceremonial than you're used to seeing Gilmore.
What color are the robes? Wow.
Oh, they're very much purple and gold.
Yeah.
He keeps to his aesthetic. But the design is definitely ceremonial, different than anything you've seen him wear.
Wow.
Full Bollywood.
Yeah.
Is it his old Boy Scout uniform? Or?
Well, it's a long mantle that travels down to like the lower part of his torso, where his arms come out from his long sleeves that come to a fine point at the ends. He still has all of his jewelry on, but where the belt is, it's a very thick, heavy belt that like ties to a bow in the center, almost like a reverse kimono that comes to a square point. And the robe itself drops low and just flows behind him as he walks. It's really, really pretty. And as he walks in, he's holding himself with the Gilmore air, but you can still see like a bit of sweat down his head and that little bit of a nervous energy. Very well. I guess today's the day. Be pleased.
How are we going to get there?
Be pleased.
Are we speaking to the general first?
Yes.
Yeah, we're going there first.
Okay.
But not via a tree. We have to go via something else.
Why not via a tree?
Is there a tree on the battlefield where they are?
Well, it's not a
I'm assuming they're outside
battlefield.
Vermont, camped out.
There's
I will be able
probably
to find out
trees.
when we scry.
Okay.
If not, we'll have to talk to Allura. I'm gonna scry real quick.
Describe
Scrying eye.
who are you scrying.
Can't hide from my scrying eyes. Your dad.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Sildor.
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 Okay.
Sildor the Inevitably Disappointed. That's his full title.
You scry Sildor. You have a bit of a flash of green, lots of green, endless green. Your vision jumps into a familiar, warm home. You see Sildor nervously sitting with his daughter on his knee, and they're talking. Sildor is back in Singorn. Sealer isn't a fighter. Sealer is a diplomat.
Oh, that's fair.
Right, right.
Did you see him? Where are they?
All happy and healthy and comfortable by a fire.
The whole army is happy and healthy and comfortable by a fire?
No, he's not with the army, is what I mean. He's. Oh, I thought he was going to be with the army.
It's okay, we have plan B. Let's go deal with plan
So
B.
did I.
Okay, I'll scry again.
Or we can just...
On.
Why don't we have
I'm
Alora
just going
send
to make
us?
Laura do it.
We'll do it. Alora, do you know where they are?
She
Is
can
there.
take us to Daxio?
I mean, I don't know specifically where they are. And she kind of sits for a second and sets up a rush job of a scry ritual because now she feels she's put on the spot, but she puts it
Can I like
together.
help her a little bit?
Yeah, you go a little way. You kind of you pay it back to the last time you helped her with the scry spell back when you first met the Emon.
Word.
And her eyes blink over white again, cloudy, and she returns. All right, I see Mikhail, and I see the army gathered, and there's a very energetic air to them. They're looking restless. I can bring 8 of you with me.
Well, are there any trees near them?
Yeah.
There are, yeah.
So,
The problem is it generally has to be a tree that I'm familiar with.
well, if you go with her, you'll be familiar with the tree.
If you question,
It doesn't work that way.
if you go and you open up a path to the sun tree, can people on this side run through the sun tree?
Can I? That's an excellent question. Can I?
Wait, so if you transport via
Like if
plants,
I go with Alora.
She goes with Alora, opens
and
the
then
gate
open a
to
gate through the sun tree and they're just ready to rock.
Do you have a sling ring?
Yeah, oh, damn it. Fucking
no,
lost my
it does.
secret.
It connects the plants on both sides.
Hey! I'll do that. Does anyone else want to go?
Yeah,
Just in case
I mean,
we
eight
can
of us
Yeah, but 8 of us need to go. And then
Okay.
how many is that left?
That would leave Vivek, Grog,
Pike.
Pike
Pike, and Gilmore.
And Jarrett.
And Kima.
and Jarrett
And Jarrett. Yeah, you bring everybody.
and Drake.
Is Ray coming? And she looks off to the side, and you see this like little figure kind of running down from the castle top, like carrying all this shit in his arms. Like, "Hey, hold on!" And you watch him just eat shit. He just scatters. And someone's like, "No one saw that!" Picks it back up. Oh, it's back down and catches up.
Are we supposed to get something from the, oh god, we were supposed to, weren't we supposed to grab something earlier? My brain is just...
We got it already.
Oh, we got it already, never mind, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's like, come see me in the commons.
And then he came, oh, I see, sorry.
Where's Raishan though?
Yeah, are we going to talk to what's about?
Yeah, what's
She'll
about?
find us. It's not our
She's
problem.
aware of everything. We don't need to tell her anything.
In fact,
Not babysitting a
in fact,
dragon.
if anything, the less we speak to her at this point, probably.
And you're sure she's coming?
Well, she
She'll be
desperately
there.
wants to
Don't
be
worry,
the
she's
one
coming.
Yeah,
And you hear another dwarven voice from the side as you glance outside the city. You see there is standing not too far from your arms crossed, Larkin.
Where have you been? I've been fucking worried sick. You were there, you were gone. How'd you even get back here?
Max, please,
Please,
don't.
just
Listen, I'm fucking with you. Right?
Which
We don't-
I know Max. I don't know.
What's up, Green Bean?
So, are we ready for this?
Yeah.
No.
Didn't think so. Let's do it.
So you all go, I'll stay with these ragtag group and sit by the tree and get ready.
All right.
All right.
Allura kind of grabs you and takes Kima and the rest of the British can. And over time, you guys manage to get, we'll say for the sake of brevity here, everyone back over to the war camp itself. And it is a fair-sized war camp. And what's interesting is as you're within this camp, you look up. In a similar way, the illusion barrier that surrounds Whitestone, that very, very faint shimmering effect, is present. But it's much stronger and it's much more visceral in the way that it alters the visuals. It looks like the sky is this perpetual shifting kaleidoscope of colors. The blue sky becomes green, becomes purple, becomes red. It just constantly shifts like the surface of a pond that's perpetually rippling. And you see on the outskirts of the war camp this kind of rotating guard of illusionists that are taking time to just restore and maintain this illusion. As everyone else is like eating, polishing their weapons and armor. You see a mix of elven warriors, elven archers, and very similar to the Daxio soldiers you met earlier, but made armor with different crests, signifying the different regiments. It doesn't take you too long to eventually come upon and be led to the tent where Mikhail is, the War Master himself. And the War Master, I do not believe you've met before, personally. As you enter and kind of look within, you can see the War Master. It sets you off at first, because he does resemble his son who you did not have quite a positive experience with. He's an older elvish man. His hair just past shoulder length, but pulled it into a very, very tight ponytail in the back, with a few strands that kind of fall in front of his face.
He resembles his son, does he? I mean, obviously he does. I thought Riskel was adopted. No? I need to go back. Okay, wait. To do. Go back and watch the scene where they interrogate Riskel and then he dies. I could have sworn that Uriel indicated that Riskel was adopted, but Matt just said that Mikhail resembles him. Interesting. I mean, it might just be a retcon. Might be a retcon. Or might be something else going on. I don't know. Interesting. Allura's like, who the fuck is this guy? Yeah, because Larkin was around when fucking Allura was still gone, you know? Can I confirm, deny? I want to go back and watch that scene in general. Episode 3, he's the adopted father, not his actual. Okay. Oops. That's okay. That's fine. Okay. I'll still go back and I'm gonna leave the to do there, but I'm just gonna note the episode for later. 37. 1:13:15. Okay, sweet. 1:13:15. If we still have time at the end, maybe I'll go back and watch that. Because I honestly, in general, I've been wanting to go back and rewatch that scene because that's like the most someone has directly talked about Vecna. And for all my Vecna theorizing, it's been a little bit since I watched it. So we'll go back and watch that at some point. Interesting.
Very, very strong jaw for an elf. He's a thick and well-built warrior and holds that with both a strength and commanding respect, and everyone around him definitely looks up to him. You can immediately see why he's the War Master and how he's held that position for so long. And you also wonder, one, how his son fell so hard, and two, how that must have affected him. But in that instant, as you enter, he's in the process of having a conversation, and they have a layout of what looks to be a brief sketch of Amon in its current state, with a few things here and there kind of marking where most of the gathered elements of the army, or whatever you call it, the defense of Amon exists. And as you all pay into the tent, he goes, "Oh, hello. I know of you, and I've been expecting you. Allura has been kind enough to fill me in bits and pieces, but as far as I'm to understand, you're our strike force."
The elite SWAT team. Heading north.
Good to know this. We've been walking for quite some time, and the soldiers have had a bit of rest. If we could, we would take an additional day just to put it our most capable, but it seems time is not at our beck and call in this situation, and as such, when the sun is down, I think that is the agreed upon time to strike.
At sundown. All right, sure. Yes.
Most of these soldiers have at least night vision, some form of dark vision, I assume.
Most of the Singorian army does, and we have quite a few Daxio that do as well.
Wonderful.
How are you going to attack?
This is casual.
Hi. How are you going to attack?
Pleasure to meet you as well. So, we've broken up the regiments into 5 different segments. We're going to separate leading into the initial strike. We're going to simultaneously hit the 4 main gates, the north, south, east, and west side. The easternmost gate has already received quite a bit of damage. With all these simultaneous strikes, we're hoping to draw most of the army to the outer circles of the city. We're going to utilize this time.
Wait. I just want to confirm. It's all 4 gates, right? 5.
So, we've broken up the regiments into 5 different segments. We're going to separate...
Okay, wait. I'm just going to slow it down for a second. Slow it down for a moment. Let's see.
Leading into the initial strike, we're going to simultaneously hit the 4 main gates, the north, south, east, and west side.
There's a north... There are 4 gates to the city? I don't know why that's throwing me off so much. I always pictured Emon. I need to make sure I have my whiteboard up before stream starts next time. Let's see. I always pictured Emon like, oh god. I need to erase some of this at some point or just make a new whiteboard. I always pictured Emon like right on the coast. Oh god, it's too zoomed in. It can't see anything. There we go. Like, I picture like the coast like here, and Emon built like this. Because I know that Emon is a port city. So then like Cloud Top like here. And then Gray Skull like out here. So I would assume that there was like a north, an east, and a south gate. But not necessarily a west gate. I thought the west gate was more of a port. But maybe they're on cliffs? Interesting. I also pictured it on the coast, so Westgate would be on the sea. It is, but the coast is slanted. Interesting. So maybe it's more like maybe the west gate is more like wherever there's like a little wall here, like along the coast. There's like a miniature wall that maybe it's like not quite up to the par of the rest of them. Interesting. I don't know. Due west direction. That is true. That is also very possible. It might be like the gates might be set up more like kind of that almost. And so possibly like one of the like that one's maybe the north, maybe this one is the south, and then this one is like the west. It also could depend. I mean, I'm assuming that the coast is running directly north-south, which in most likelihood it's probably not. I don't know. Interesting. So there are 4 gates. Okay. So the army is splitting into 5 parts. 4 are hitting each of the gates, north, south, east, west. East is already relatively damaged. Damaged. There we go. Or maybe the harbor is to the west and there's still a gate between the harbor and the main city. Yeah, I could see something like that. So like there is like a harbor and a port sort of situation, but then there like the wall kind of like snakes around like that. It's possible. I mean, one of the benefits, at least to my understanding, historically, one of the benefits of having like a coastal sort of city is that you don't have to build the wall on that side. But I'm positive that if I looked across the wide world, there are probably plenty of coastal cities that have a fucking gate on the coast. So I'm sure it's not unheard of. Yeah. There's a famous ancient city like that. No, has a wall and only a little arm thing connecting it to the sea. I just looked at the map and the cove they are near is at an angle. Okay, so like the angle might make it more reasonable to have 4 gates. Interesting. None of this is like a critique. I'm just very curious. I like having a good mental kind of picture, and I'm realizing that I was picturing Emon. It seems a little bit wrong. Yeah.
The easternmost gate has already received quite a bit of damage. With all these simultaneous strikes, we're hoping to draw most of the army to the outer circles of the city. We're going to utilize this time to then shift our forces southward and instead push towards a singular gate in the southward position while they're scattered in that direction.
So then push once the defending forces are spread thin, the attackers will then consolidate in the south for the real push. Interesting. Also, he's into 5 parts. I guess I don't know what the other one's doing. Yeah. The way it sounds like you picture the wall of Amon reminds me of the Swedish city Visby, which has been around since the Middle Ages. Interesting. Well, and there is also something to be said for like, some cities kind of expand as they go. There might have been, kind of a smaller, so like they built like the Cloud Top district, right? That's probably the initial kind of starting point of Emon, probably as some sort of fort, or defensive position. And I think the Cloud Top has been described as being on top of a hill. And then you build another secondary wall to surround the outer town. But it might be that wall was built before the port of the city was huge. So they might, or before they had maybe the technology to like build the wall sufficiently into the water to the point where it would actually fully prevent someone from just going around it. So there's a lot of also like it really depends on like when the wall was built, because we know that they're now building stuff outside the wall, like Grayskull Keep. So it would largely, I think, depend on like when the wall was built. Anyways.
If I'm to understand what Laura has told me, you are going to be entering from underneath the city?
That is the plan.
And attempting to facilitate the opening of one or more of these gates in doing so?
That would be swell if we can, huh?
No, not really.
We haven't really discussed it.
We have talked about doing it.
We're breaching a wall.
Or even breaching the south gate alone would be, if all four gates are being
Anytime we go and we attack a gate, they're going to bring all of their forces to that gate. What they're not going to be suspecting is a wall being ripped down. And once you open a wall, you can't close it.
Which
you
is
can close a gate.
what's the weakest wall?
That would be the eastern wall.
also near Grayskull Keep.
That's the arrow that you're going to use, yes.
While we are not in a position to use siege weaponry, we do have most of our magists at our disposal.
Oh, we're running ads in a minute. I forgot to add the audio cue that ads are running. I'm going to keep playing this, but we are... Warning! We're running ads soon.
And they have prepared a modicum of siege-based arcane spells at their disposal. So, I do not think piercing the outer wall will be an issue. It's what lies beyond it that our focus is going to be. So confusion, separate and destroy. They are not a very well organized army, and most of the creatures we've seen wandering the skies do so with nothing but bloodlust and the intent to rend and tear as their main driving force, and go. So, utilizing that technique we've discussed, we will be entering the walls, we will be pushing forward, phalanx method with those that are shielded. We will be piercing through and scattering from the inside, breaking their ranks as much as possible, and doing our best to stay out of the skies, using alleyways, using small streets. We don't want our men being plucked out from the middle from their air support.
We will have air support.
Yes. I called in assistance from the air shari from the north. They're maintaining the skies.
what's up? Hello. What up, what up, what up? Hopefully, okay, I think that the music cutoff was a little weird there because I think it wasn't playing in the stream mix. I still need to fix the audio. I was originally going to do some of the like audio and stuff fixes between last stream and this one, but then I decided to put all of the notes into World Anvil. And that took like 20 hours. But they're all in there now. Woo! Anyways, let's play it.
You know how many?
Did Dad tell me how
I
many?
said roughly 100.
Oh, shit. Thanks, Dad. Roughly 100.
If I can make a suggestion.
I was thinking like 20.
How much did I sneak watch? I truly wish I had time to sneak watch. The only time I've ever even gotten close to what you might call a pre-watch was at one of the nights when I was high. I was a little high. And because I was like, I'd already like worked all day, but I still wanted to work on getting the World Anvil notes in. So I was like, oh yeah, I'll take a gummy and then I'll just hang out and watch Survivor and put these notes in. And I wanted to look up Assume's name because I didn't know how to spell it. And I saw like Assume Emring or whatever, and I copied that, and I was like, I wonder. And I clicked on his Critical Role wiki, and I scrolled like a teeny tiny bit, and then I saw that he was like, I got scared. Because it has like the appearances or whatever, and it was like, he appears in this scene. And I saw like an episode number that I hadn't seen yet, and I was like, ha! And I got scared, and I was like, oh, no, I don't want it. So that is the closest I've come to pre-watching, is I know that Assume is in a future episode. And getting that knowledge freaked me out. I was like, no, my credibility. Ah! And so I left.
If you get into the city,
How long are you going to be gone this
don't
weekend?
move through the alley. You're gonna scatter your forces. Move into the city and fortify a position. So then you've opened a gate inside the city. Move the command center inside the city and defend from there.
That is indeed part of our push. However, we are rather vulnerable from the air. So with the Erishari giving us air support, that will allow us the ability to continue to push forward as a singular unit, from unit to unit in its own right. You are entering from where?
The sewers.
Yes, we have a secret entrance in our keep if we can still access it. If not, there is an entrance to the sewers towards the water. We were told of it by the class, right?
I've also used a tunnel to get out at some point.
That's right, when you were looking for Kaylee.
That was Western.
Yeah, I
That
know.
was not-
It's the same sewer system.
So basically out of the city, yeah, right?
With the range of
Wait,
different
the
vats.
Traverse
Yeah.
Junction. What's the Traverse Junction?
Well, the Traverse Junction is, as far as I know, still attached to the Lyceum. But
The Lyceum's unguarded.
the Lyceum is partially destroyed and is filled with the
I remember
remains of the enemy.
Oh, right.
So,
That's not what I meant then. That wasn't the thing that I meant to say.
And we know Thordak has made an underground basin. He only emerges when someone challenges him.
Right,
or
right.
offers
Were we
their
supposed to meet the
loyalty.
class for the specific place?
We're
We just gotta get to a sewer.
So we just need to find a sewer, and then we're going to reconnoiter with, is that the right word? Anyway, with the clasp, and at that point we shall make our way through.
All right.
That's when the
Hopefully
Steeds and
they're-
Myers will take us to the thing that's
Yes,
going to kill
yes.
us all. We're very excited about the plan.
So
I can
excited.
tell.
Yeah. Do we have the 50 soldiers we need, or do we
Did
need
they
to
ever
ask
show
them
up?
for
Did
50?
the 50 soldiers from
Yeah,
Fort
Fort
Daxio
Daxio?
show up?
I think they're
I'd
heading.
heard that Daxio had fallen. There are
Well,
survivors.
there were
There
about
are.
55 soldiers.
They haven't found their way to us yet then. We'll
They
keep
might
an
be
eye out.
headed towards Greyskull, if I recall. I believe they were heading.
That's
to
true.
Greyskull.
Where
They should be
we
crossing
might headed
paths.
as well.
Very shortly.
50 men can move quietly.
So after you
Very
cut
bad.
through all of the lizardmen like butter, you'll make your way to Thordak?
That's the intent, to push in towards the cloud top. And based on how well you and or any of the air forces have been able to puncture the defenses, push in towards the creature itself and unleash everything we have at the beast. As far as I know and have been told from some of the remaining members of the council, they have a few members still within the city, I believe. Tufa Bratoris, Seeker Asum, and Brom Goldhand are still within the city.
Well, not assume. We know where he is.
And Brom.
What about Brom? Was it Whitestone?
Don't say that word out loud.
I said it too quietly.
Yeah, very quietly.
Very quietly to the side.
We'll gather what we can. We don't really know what's actually in there yet.
We can't trust anyone within the city limits.
Understood.
You have a time frame for your attack?
We are intending, once the men have been fed, once the men have been able to rest and prepare their armaments, we will go into attack on sundown. Yes.
And you plan to breach the city when?
The final vestiges.
Hopefully within the first hour of the attack.
No, because assuming Braum. Assuming Braum have to be assuming Braum. Because they were within the radius of the siphon. Wait 1 second. Mikhail identified the 3 former council members people to meet up within the city. Vox seemed a bit confused by this, given that I think just 2 out of the 3. 2 of the 3 of them were /are in Whitestone, but they don't super correct Mikhail. And both Braum and Assume. Oh God, I don't know how to spell assume. I don't remember. We'll go with that. Assume we're in the radius of the siphon. We're in the radius of the siphon. So unless they have some manner of protection against the siphon's effects, which I find unlikely, they most likely truly are Braum and Assume. This is probably just Matt playing up the lack of info, but I'm keeping an eye on it. It's probably Matt just like playing up like how much info Vox has versus Mikhail, and like, you know, the ease or speed of transmission of information isn't, you know, necessarily like 100% foolproof, or like, you know, people don't necessarily like check in with everyone else when they go somewhere. I think that's all Matt's doing here, but I'm not entirely sure about that.
Really?
That's the intent.
How far do you think we can make it in the tunnels in an hour?
Pretty far, to be honest, especially if well, no, that's
20 blocks.
we can get
Making
far.
that number up?
Yep.
Just pull that out of nowhere.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's the highest number he knows.
Okay.
Grog's not here. I have to do something.
An hour, we can probably make it, I don't know, we can make it deep into the city, but not all the way to the center, can we?
No, not
Through the
really.
sewers?
There's a maze in there, but the tunnel from our keep in, if it's intact, was not that far.
If you were to traverse the tunnel system in advance of our attack, that would perhaps aid us in sinking our maneuvers.
So we should go now.
That would be the goal,
Yeah, okay.
is to act as point for the entire army.
Yes.
That would indeed be the goal.
So what, the minute we pop out, we send up a flare?
Some sort of a sign, hopefully something not quite as easy to...
I'm starting a premiere in 14 minutes? For what? What? No, I'm not. That was it. Oh, according to Discord. God, Discord. You dumbass. Yeah. Oh, yeah, premiere starting. Because that was the issue yesterday, is that I accidentally set the premiere yesterday for today instead of yesterday. So then I had to go in and correct it. But Pingcord basically just grabs the event when it's created and never changes it. So I'm just going to delete that. Weird it didn't update. Yeah, it remembers yesterday's snafu. Mentioned Mega Snafu was scheduled. Look, I'll be honest. I had a bit of a snafu. I had a tad bit of a snafu. But that, yeah, Pingcord is nice because it's all very automagic. But it also isn't. It also like doesn't update beyond the initial creation, which is kind of annoying.
To read is a sign of aggression.
Or we
We've
could
taken much care to not be seen this far.
That's right.
Or we could just wait for sundown and then go, knowing that they're going to strike at the same time.
We go now.
No, I mean, once we get in there, we wait until we pop out, until it's getting dark outside.
I mean, what kind of symbol do we send up in a sky full of violence?
We don't need
What
to
if we're
send
not
up
in
a
position by
symbol asking for
sundown?
one.
We do need
It's
The
sundown.
Ashari are already looking for a symbol. I plan to be aiding them. They should be helping
What
us.
about a
with-
storm?
Yeah.
Well, there will be a storm.
But I mean,
Wait, there's a storm coming?
can you make one?
I know.
As you guys actually glance over, you can see in the eastern sky, past the Iron Seat Ridge, there is a extremely dark building storm front that is just looming miles off.
Past what? Past the Iron Seat Ridge. All right, might as well. From where they are in the war camp outside of Emon, to the east is the Iron Seat Ridge. Interesting. Little bit of additional geography for us.
As you guys actually glance over, you can see in the eastern sky, past the Iron Seat Ridge, there is a extremely dark building storm front that is just looming miles off in the distance.
See?
What about
Told you.
Kiki? What if you just made some lightning strikes to signal the start of the
I think
fight?
nature itself is going to make some lightning strikes.
No,
though.
but
Well, I've got my whole
She'll be
skywrite
creative.
thing. I got my whole skywrite thing. I can make a symbol in the air out of clouds, which isn't as terrifying as everyone has thought it is in the past. We just need to pick a symbol.
it just has to be subtle. Something your dad will recognize, huh?
A phoenix or something.
How is the storm going to affect your attack, is my question.
What's that?
We are trained to undergo warfare in many different forms of terrain and or weather.
My concern is if we wait till this storm comes in, the sewers will be flooded. We need to go in now before
Yeah.
the storm gets
Let's
here.
go. Let's
Definitely,
go.
we're
But
good.
if we get lost in there and the storm comes, it'll be flooded while we're in there.
The storm isn't a real
hold
storm,
our
isn't it, Erishari?
It's a real
No, no, it's Arashari. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is a real
But it's still a real
both.
storm.
If there is
a real
rain to come with this
storm
storm,
from
that is
the
fortuitous, for much of the city still burns.
Yeah, rain.
What fire we can quell with a storm would be helpful.
It's coming, man. It's coming.
All right, good to know this.
Yeah.
Well, let's go
Let's go.
to
All right.
Grey Skull Keep.
To Griscoll!
Keep your eye on the sky.
I will have two of my Hawkeyes keeping an eye of the clouds.
There will be a symbol. It'll be super obvious
TBD.
when it's determined.
That's it.
It's a Stay Puft Marshmallow.
You'll be like, oh,
It's Twinkie.
of course. It couldn't have been anything else.
I look forward
When
to
you see
solving
it.
your riddle.
A triangle with a line through
You
it.
should probably tell him
You
what
as
it's
well.
going to be.
Stay
No?
safe.
I don't know what the fuck it's gonna be. I mean, it could be like a big VM for Vox Machina. I mean, like, you know.
Something.
And like they
It
will
could be like, no, fucking attack!
and Thordak won't see that, and the Lizardmen won't
Are
see
there clouds
that.
overhead now? Above the city?
If you look up, it's the weather over here has been fairly clear. There are a few wispy white clouds, but nothing that is indicative of a storm.
If the storm has taken the city, there will be a break in the storm of a perfect circle where we are attacking
The eye of a hurricane.
the eye of the hurricane. If it is not full,
we can certainly look for.
Yeah. And,
There it is.
and if the skies are clear,
My dad would
they'll
know what that means
not be
too.
clear.
it will
Yes.
be a nice column that will.
Yeah,
Yes.
All right, then
yeah, that's good. That's
Look
good.
for the stillness in the
It's
storm.
good.
Right.
we shall.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
cloud
Travel
buster.
safe, travel swift.
Safe journey.
You as well. Good luck.
Please.
Big fix.
Good day.
The day.
Remember,
Good
the
idea.
plan is chaos.
Total chaos.
Chaos can work.
Chaos works very well.
We make our way to Grayskull.
Yes.
Back.
I'm gonna pause. Just to say it's a short pause. It's a short pause, but it's very funny to me because like Mikhail seems like what like he is the NPC that I wanted from Matt. That is just like taking care of everything, and the party is so lost with how to interact with an NPC that like has like a cohesive plan, because most of the other NPCs just so heavily defer to Vox Machina that like they're almost interacting with him kind of weird, but I think that's okay. I think it's just that they are literally unused to working with NPCs that don't kind of rely on them for all of the leadership and planning. Which is, I don't know, it's just funny to me.
To Grayskull.
All right, so as you guys make your way towards Grey Skull
Courage is
Keep,
gone.
walking through as you see rows and rows of soldiers of different walks of life, all part of the alliance of Tal'Dorei, between Sigurd and Emon. Many of them kind of watch as you pass. Some just curious as to what regiment you belong to, and even a couple of occasional looks of recognition.
A wink.
Dale? Where you been, man?
Wait, Cash?
What the hell's going on?
That's the
Going to die today. What are you doing?
Pretty much the same thing, man. How's Anne?
Anne's not doing too well.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, she was in the city when the dragons attacked.
No.
That's very funny. That is, man, if you like, that is, I don't know, that is such a good example of like being willing to take the spotlight and like do something like, you know, probably pretty short, I'm guessing, but pretty fun and funny with it. And like just being willing to take parts of the DM's description, latch onto it, and like take that for kind of a role play ride. I am pretty sure, I can't say I'm positive, that Matt was not planning on like running a scene with any of these soldiers. But Matt is definitely willing, it seems, to just kind of like the moment that one of his players interrupts, he kind of shuts up and he's like, oh yeah. I don't know. That was I don't feel like we get that a lot. Matt's players are generally pretty hesitant to interrupt him, which I think is fair. You know, I wouldn't want this happening constantly. But it is a nice little point of like role play refreshment from Will. Although again, if he was doing this all the time, might be a bit spotlight hoggy. So there's a balance definitely, but I don't know. Yeah, that hit me well.
She wasn't.
Yeah.
Oh, that's horrible.
It's okay. We're gonna kill him today, right?
We're getting there, buddy. Good to see you. You're looking good.
Too. You too.
All right, I'll see you later, man.
All right.
I haven't seen that guy in forever.
What's that?
So bizarre. Let's go.
Put it like we're walking.
Weird. I feel like I've had that awful 4 minutes of like every con.
As you guys exit the side ranks of the Kerning camp, as they're all preparing, the sun itself growing maybe about 2 hours out from touching the horizon, you can see in the distance on some of the outer embankments and small structures that litter the walls of Emon's field, surrounding fields, you see Greyskull Keep, a very welcoming, long time coming return. As you stay low to the grass, I need you all to make stealth checks.
Oh shit.
Doggy.
Oh shit. You rolled a 20.
One for grog.
Oh, natural 20!
Nice!
Natural 20 right here as well.
Really? Hey, natural 20 bros.
Natural 19 I haven't added yet.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Should I cast Pass Without a Trace on all of us?
Too late.
Is it too late? Can I just add it to everybody's if I cast it now?
And we died
If
right
you guys
here.
were going
Ding,
to
ding,
see,
ding.
I'll say sure, because
Like
you would have known.
monkeys.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah?
what to do. So if you want to do
Alright.
that, if you want to spend your spell slot to do that, sure.
I do.
Benevolent one, and that's plus 10, right?
Yeah, and it's 10 to all of your rolls.
What?
All right.
20.
35 now.
There you go. All right.
25.
30.
35 with the plus 10. 35.
All right. As you guys all stay low and kind of guarding each other, keeping an eye out to make sure nobody is giving too much away, you manage to go unnoticed.
Sorry, I just wanted to nail my spit.
Don't do that. Don't do that. That's bad.
Are you
Make
like
a breathing saving throw.
That's right. Roll for initiative. I just started dying for a second. Keep going, guys.
I rolled double ones.
It's popping in my mouth again.
He's coughing as we're crawling to the
Lost
keep.
copy
Shh. What are you doing?
You guys make your way to Greyskull Keep. Front door's open.
Oh.
Like partially ajar, not locked.
Thanks. Oh yeah, I'm moving forward.
Okay.
No.
You head inside first.
Yeah, I'm gonna poke my head in first.
Make a perception check.
Yeah. 27.
You take a moment and look around, listen carefully. No sound.
So far, so good. I'm gonna move further in. And continue to. I'm gonna check the traps.
Go for it. Investigation check.
Fine, sure. Investigation is at 18.
Okay. Nothing appears to be trapped here.
Okay.
Everything's out of place. You know this area pretty well, so.
Okay.
We're like
Take
making our way to the door. We peek in.
Yeah,
now.
you guys
Is it
can-
very dark in there?
It's, I mean, there are no current like set torches or candlelight whatsoever. There are a few openings that bring sunlight in, specifically from Serenray's temple. But other than that, it is pretty dark in the hallways.
Can I see anything with dark vision?
With dark vision, you're fine. As you guys kind of glance around and begin to scatter throughout the keep, you can see signs that it has been lived in. People have been rummaging through. There is no sign of any food whatsoever in the keep anymore. There are a number of bowls, and anything of any remote value has either been taken or is left used and unwashed. But after doing a quick scan, there is no one inside Griskull Keep. Apparently,
the whole place.
Yeah.
Wow.
So all the way up the stairs to our bedrooms, to his laboratory, all that's clear.
All of it's empty, but a lot of things have been taken.
Yeah.
Can I
in fact-
go in the kitchen and just sort of like sense magic or do an arcana check or something to see if there's any?
I mean, there is a detect magic spell. If you have
I
that,
don't have that.
then you'd be hard pressed to detect its
All right.
presence necessarily.
Is your poop still?
My poop is still there. It's just inert. It's just poop.
That's I've kind of mentioned this mindset when talking about homebrew or various things like that. But I think it also applies to what Matt just did right there. Of if someone asks, "Can I do something?" that is just explicitly covered by an existing feature like the detect magic spell. Yeah, I think it's very fair to say, no, you can't. You need the thing that lets you do that. Maybe if it's like a similar power level or if they're trying to like reach above and they're paying like a different cost, maybe you can like, if they really, really want to do it, you can try to like find something to make it work for them. But just like I don't want to introduce homebrew that like steps on the features of an existing class or subclass, I also don't want to just like let a caster do something that negates the need to take a spell. Even in terms of something like, like do an arcana check and like maybe you'll get a little bit of a weaker version. Even that, I'm like, okay, there's very little reason if I can just have even a weaker version of it without learning the spell, without, taking it up in my prepared spell list, without spending a spell slot. There's very little reason to ever then have detect magic. So I like Matt's mindset there of like, if it already exists somewhere that is fairly accessible. Like, I don't count if, like, a magic item can do it, right? If there's a very particular magic item that can do the thing that the player wants to do, that's more of a discussion. But if it's something that's just available within a class, probably not.
Did somebody steal the poop?
Oh, is it still there in the jar that I left it in?
Actually,
Where you left it
there
in?
is a broken jar on the ground.
Whoa.
It looks like somebody discovered it and wasn't quite sure what it was, and then discovered what it was, and then dropped it on the ground.
They tried to smack it. Single scoop taken.
Gelato! That's not gelato.
Like blue sparkly
They
gelato.
use it as a
right.
spoon.
Yeah, the behavioral patterns of the way things have left, it looks like people coming through a rummage, grabbed what they needed to survive or what seemed of value and left, and things they didn't understand or didn't see value in they left behind. Most of your workshop has been ransacked.
I figured.
Your cask is still there, and a few like esoteric tools that they didn't really understand or too big to maneuver are still there, but most of your like tool set is gone.
Grabbing what's useful, and maybe as a lark, I might try and like run a wire to the glove from my inert glove to the Cabal's ruin to see if I can actually get the charge to travel through it if I punch something.
If you want to use one of the charges, you can try that.
Yeah, I'll use a charge. I'll hold. I'll find out. I'll find out in the moment, won't I?
There you go. You will.
Try it on the day.
Yeah.
Is this your castle?
Yeah, this is our house. It's our keep.
It's a keep, not a castle.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, welcome to
This
our
is kind of
abode.
lovely.
Well,
It's
it's
not
seen
cold,
better days, but
Let's go.
but the bones are good.
A lot of space.
yeah, it's a fixer-upper.
Good location.
Yeah.
Never enough closet space. Always
downstairs
you acquire
to the
things.
entrance.
It's got its own transportation.
And a dungeon.
Come on.
Look
Permanent
at
for a
that,
pool.
and
We never built
use
one.
Just divine sense at the entrance.
Investigation check.
There's a hot tub.
That's good.
Durka.
That is a, this is 24.
Okay. Divine sense doesn't trigger anything.
They're evil.
Nothing gets you riled up in that sense.
Okay, feathers are in place.
Indeed, yes. Aside from the two that were cut earlier from the shop. But you do find the hidden entrance, or the hidden exit, I guess you say, from the keep. Left as it was, untouched. The seam still smooth. Coated dust.
Nothing hinky with it.
Nothing inky, no traps, nothing.
Let's go down to the secret path. We're in a hurry now. We gotta get into the city.
Oh, because I show Kashaw the cask, by the way. I have some powdered death, if you like. This will explode very loudly.
How much damage?
You know, I've honestly been too nervous to ever find out, because everybody who plays with this loses a limb eventually.
You hear
Is
this
it heavy?
You hear this faint echoing voice in the back of your head that says, "You learn from my mistake."
Little bubbles.
I say we bring it.
That's my plan.
Good.
Can I just give you a quick note? Planning Kashar is very staccato. He's very clipped. I feel like when you're just talking normally, you're so warm and pleasant, but when you're planning, you get this voice that you use. It's very grating. I'm just saying, just try to even out your tone. Do some breathing exercise.
Always
Support from the
direct.
diaphragm.
Let's go.
To the tunnels.
All right. Grog happily takes the cask under his arm.
Don't drink that, Grog.
Oh, come on.
No, none of it. No.
Okay.
You could call it explosives.
I know, it's true.
That's Grog and Matt's
Okay,
trinket
wait.
are very similar.
To be fair, you guys all single file, because the tunnel is not very wide. It's maybe 4 feet wide. Make your way through, and it's a long, musty tunnel. It smells of damp earth and dust.
We need to pass out these healing potions before we get anywhere.
We'll let everybody bunch up for a second then.
Yeah.
Is there light in it? Do you need light? Are there
There's no
torches?
light.
I take
Cast
out
light.
the flame.
Hey!
Oh, never mind. I put my flame tongue down.
All right, we have 3 greater healings, 5 regular healings, and 2 superiors. Who needs what?
I'll take a greater.
Please. I'm weak as fuck.
All right, take one.
I'd like to take a greater as well because I'm always far away.
Okay.
from me. Grog raises his hand.
He wants one?
Please.
One greater.
You want a greater or?
Yes, please.
Okay, we have 1 greater left. 5 regulars, so I'll pass out regulars to. Do you need any? You.
I should be okay with healing, but if you'd like, I'll
3.
take one.
No.
I'm all right.
Yeah?
I still have a couple.
You said you had
I have 1 normal, I've got 2
Superior?
greater.
There's
and
1 superior left. Oh, you already have a superior?
I have a superior, 2 greater, and 1 normal.
What
I've got
amazing
a ton of
scenes is in the tunnel.
Thanks for sharing.
That's it.
dude.
Hang
I'll
on,
take a
wait, count.
superior and one of them fire resistance, please.
Hang on, wait.
Quick round of
Recount. Recount.
Take the superior, Scanlan.
I need the stuff.
0 superior and 4 fire potions. I'm taking one of the fire potions as well, so that's 3 fire potions left.
If I could have a fire potion?
Yes, 2
Should
fire
Pike
potions
have a
left.
fire potion?
Shit, bud.
Pike has fire resistance.
She's fire resistant.
Yeah, armor.
Yeah, she's
No, I've only met her once.
I would love a fire resistant potion if
Of
that's
course,
one.
darling, whatever you need.
She has-
No, I have a fire resistant plate, but I'd love a healing potion if you have an extra.
You
have one
want to
fire.
take 2
I mean, this feels like the sort of thing that I would normally say, like, handle it off table, which, like, you still could. Still, you could always handle it off table, but also, I get that, like, especially this sort of accounting, like, I think looting is a little bit different because it's, the DM kind of parsing it out to the players, but the players discussing their own supplies amongst themselves is, I think it's kind of inevitable that it's going to happen during the session and going to take up a decent chunk of the session. And it's generally why I don't love consumables. I'm much more into, like, very few, but very, like, impactful consumables. I don't want them to have this big, like, inventory at any given time. Not necessarily because I don't want them to have, the option to use them, but just because it inevitably kind of breaks down into this accounting minutia that, it's fine. It's, like I said, it's not, like, that big a deal. It slows the pace, but, it doesn't slow the pace that much. But it's just everything that takes them out of their sheets. Like, I think earlier I was saying that I liked Will's kind of interruption during the camp sequence because it got them out of their heads, got them out of their sheets, back into kind of their character. I liked that little bit between Scanlan and Cash right there about his vocality or vocalizations. So I like all of that. And I think that this sort of in the sheet accounting is just going to happen if you're giving your players a lot of consumables and they're not using them very often. Because Vox uses their consumables, but not nearly as much as they acquire them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Too late to handle it off table. They could find combat imminently. Oh, absolutely. They would have had to handle it off table either before the session or during the break. At this point, it makes total sense for them to be doing all this now. So it's but I think on a larger scale, this sort of thing only exists if you're giving your players a lot of consumables that they want to be like redistributing all the time. It's honestly one of the only things I kind of dislike about Artificer is sometimes the Artificer's magic items, especially if they're giving them to other people, sometimes that management can be a little too accountish-y. It requires a little too much management. Now, to be fair, it's not that much. Like, at any given point, an Artificer only has, like, I think, like, 4 or 5 things that they've personally constructed. But it evokes the same feelings, and I want to avoid these where possible. I want to avoid things that are putting the characters back into their sheets. Or, sorry, the players into their sheets. Yeah. These consumables they did get this session, so it explains them not divvying it up before this. Are they only divvying up the ones that Drake gave them? Because that does track. If it is, I thought they were divvying up those consumables plus some. But you might be right. You might be right that they got all of the consumables that they're divvying right now might have been earlier from Drake. Yeah. Which, I mean, even that to be said, if I was giving them, I didn't talk about it at the time, but if I'm, playing Drake here and I want to give them some stuff for the fight, I'm probably not giving them kind of this. Oh yeah, because they're talking about superiors, so they're definitely doing more than just these. I think I legitimately may have just given them these, just given them the fire resistance pots, and maybe like one other like I don't know something of like hill giant strength or something like that. Just because, again, I want to minimize that in sheet stuff, but it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Anyways, but they did, to be fair, they did gain quite a few of these earlier in this session, yeah. And there's no way to handle that off table. I guess
sure.
The break.
I'll take the fire resistance. All right. 1 fire resistant.
As you guys are like awkwardly passing this down the singular tunnel, like having to like almost chain it back and forth.
I load up Brock's camelback with healing potion.
Now, the potion of invulnerability. Is there someone specific we need to give that to?
Why don't we wait on that?
Should we wait until the
If we wait until I know.
Why don't we give it to
Grog,
Grog for now?
Well, Grog already halves all of his damage. So it's
Grog,
almost...
if we give it to you now, you can't drink it now. Not now. You have to wait.
Quick rule point. If he already takes a lot of half damage, if he takes the potion, it doesn't
Does
really
it quarter
affect.
the damage?
Does it
No.
stack?
It should.
He just likes being vulnerable.
It should go to.
So
You have the sword, though.
I didn't want
Who
to.
has the sword?
You have the sword.
Because you're gonna get close.
You should get the
So
potion.
access
So
the
you
sword.
should take
Yeah.
half.
I'm going to get up into his shit.
So you should
should
take
have
that
the
potion.
Get the potion. You can always use it for somebody else.
Doubles your HP. Double
I
your
just wanted you to
HP.
be able to play. Excuse me.
Take
Technically
the
speaking.
potion.
Well,
Oh no, I'm sorry. Yes, you're
Can I have that, Grog?
I still have it. I didn't give it to him.
Can I have that, please?
What do you want to give me?
You don't have it, Grog. You don't have the potion.
He's holding a wood chip.
I would also
Where did you
like
find a
It's in
purple
his
wood
head.
chip down here? That's
Travis doesn't. Travis just texted me saying he does not have resistance to fire, which I knew.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Well, then
if
he gets
anyone would
he gets the last.
The last one is
Where
yeah.
is fire resist?
I would also like
He
to.
takes it instead of open the cord.
No,
Grog, wait before we start fighting.
Not yet,
Just before.
Grog.
What can I drink?
Some ale.
Use your magic canister.
Mayonnaise.
I would also like to invoke Fiendish Vigor,
What's that?
which means I can cast False Life on myself for 1 hour. Yeah?
Yeah.
Want to do it now?
Well, we're about to go in.
It's going to take us an hour to get to the
Yeah, no,
center of the
do it.
city.
Right, yeah, all right, right before we go in, I'll hold it. Girl, give me a drink.
You have the potion. Don't forget.
Just one small one.
Okay.
Just a shot.
He takes a small
Don't look at
kind
me
of
like
like
that.
a.
I just want a shot.
It's like an urn type cask, and he holds it over to you, and it's just filled with mayonnaise.
That's it, technically.
That's so delicious. Thank you so much.
Sorry.
No, I all right.
Let me fix this. Sweet, bitter, or angry?
Yes. All of it.
Whiskey.
It's good. It's only 4 or
Pull out
5
your
days
whiskey, but
old.
Cash is already naked.
We still
I
have
hand the bottle.
Let's go.
Screenshare hasn't opened yet.
I'm gonna give. I don't know if Pike has any healing potions, so I'm gonna give her a regular healing potion just for something.
Negatives is the day we were born. We're all like bunched up.
We're going out like we came in.
In a little tunnel, passing things up and down, a little single file.
Eating mayonnaise.
Eating mayonnaise out of a jar.
Mayonnaise.
Time to save the world.
Cash, pass the trail mix.
I
Pass
forgot.
it all the way back.
Smell a new sponsor.
You guys eventually find your way towards the end of the tunnel. Leads to the ladder that leads you into the alleyway on the outskirts of the southern edge of Milan. You make your way
The
up.
alleyway.
Well, it leads you through an outhouse.
Wait a
An
second.
alley. You've been here before.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
I'm gonna peek through the pooper first. See what I see.
Perception check.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
We know where the entrance to the tunnels are, though.
I'm just looking for anything
just making sure we
unexpected.
do.
27.
It is empty and still chained.
Are there poos?
No, it is chained shut for that reason.
It's clear.
Should I, before we go out there, should I seeming us as lizard people?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
Can you do it to all of us?
Hang on,
I
hang on,
can do
hang on.
8.
Hang on.
Wait, is that right?
Do we? What time is it? What time of day is it?
I can use Mask of Many Faces and also go into. Oh, you can?
It's maybe like at this time, after traveling this far into Mon, you're maybe 40 minutes from sunset.
The battle's
Close
about
to
to
the
start.
end of dinner as well.
Want to be lizard people or no?
Has the storm hit?
Yeah.
Well,
The storm's
I
getting
can,
closer.
What do you think, Percy?
I think that we will not act like lizard people, and they'll know. And also, anybody who can see through, there are like
Lizard people can't see through
Lizard
it,
people are idiots.
They are
People are
idiots.
They're
stupid.
idiots.
They
But
only
they're also-
travel single file.
All we need is a second to get some confusion.
They're used to seeing humans, though, and as long as we scatter and are fearful, they'll.
I don't mind being invisible. Like that's not an issue. So, meaning I can make a number of us invisible if you want to go.
How many people?
Not all of you, obviously, but like, so if you want to go as lizard folk,
I
or
want to be
somebody else can do
invisible.
I'm visible, please.
You've got a ring that makes you invisible.
I'm busy with other things. Also, it's maybe time for another feast, isn't it? It wasn't about.
We're still good,
It's
I
about
think.
sundown.
Oh,
we did it
shit.
last.
We do
Yeah,
need a
We did it
feast.
before
we do.
Betty Bye.
But that takes an hour. We're not going to sit here in the sewer.
We gotta
eating for an
fucking
hour.
do
We
it.
cannot fucking fight Thordak without Endorsed feast.
How much long? How long has it been? Is it almost up?
40 minutes till battle.
Well, I mean, you guys, it's about 40 minutes till sundown, which when
Don't
things
have time.
start.
Can we eat a really fast feast?
Hang on.
Mid-feast.
When did we eat the feast last night? About the time? Are we about to expire? Or can we like
midnight?
push it? Was it a midnight snack?
You guys would choose the most optimal time since there was no rush to eat the feast.
Yes, we would have.
You would have been like, well, shit, let's do it at 6.
When
'cause
we were
we're
in the
fighting.
hallway,
Like,
all
Right
shoved
before we
together.
Went to
went
bed.
to sleep.
that's probably when you guys would have.
11.
You
That's
type it
so
before.
good.
I'll
11.
if you wanted. Yeah, so you probably have like into the evening before.
Okay, okay.
That what Matt just said there is something that I have hit on several times. Right here.
Was it a midnight snack?
You guys would choose the most optimal time since there was no rush to eat the feast. That is a great encapsulation of what I have talked about with assuming competence. Where it's like, you know, Vox Machina are heroes of the realm. They are very high level. And there's clearly a lot going on. They've got these new consumables to figure out and distribute. They've got so much prep. They're talking to Mikhail. They're trying to remember what Gilmore can do versus what they can do. Keyless managing her tree stride. I think it is very, very fair to be a little flexible with them. Yeah, very nice of Matt. Excellent call. Yeah. Like, there is so much going on here. Also, they've got, 2 new people. They don't have Grog, but Grog's still there. I think there's so much complication to this scene that even if, in maybe some other scene or some other arc, I might be more strict on that sort of thing, I think it is better to assume like more competence when there's more like not above the table, but more like stuff that they're managing within the fiction of the scene. You know what I'm saying? Because they can't see all these things. They are not as in tune with everything that is going on as their characters would be. And so I think it's yeah. I like assuming competence broadly, but I think it's especially good and especially appropriate here. Especially since they do a feast before any big fight, and totally fits into the party's established narrative and patterns. It makes sense that they would know when to eat it. Precisely. And they had been like, the plans seemingly were pretty well established in the fiction, but not all of the players were like 100% on the same page, even though like within the fiction their characters were. Like Sam not realizing that the Ashari are sending a literal storm and not just like a metaphorical storm. Again, all things that their characters would have talked about, would have known, even if we just want to look at the abstracted time between them walking from the war camp to the Grayskull Keep. And then Grayskull Keep isn't small from our understanding. Them searching Grayskull Keep for any people inside of it. All of those are times where they're, talking through things. Every, time in Whitestone, they're talking through things. So the characters would know and be much more competent, especially in these sort of high-stakes situation, than the players necessarily are, unfortunately, for the players.
Guys would choose the most optimal time since there was no rush to eat the feast.
Yes, we would have.
Big thumb.
You would have been like, well, shit, let's do it at 6.
When we were in the hallway, all
Right
shut
before we
together.
Went to
went to
bed.
sleep.
That's probably when you guys would have.
11.
You tried to type it
That's
before.
so good.
If you wanted, yeah. So you probably have like into the evening before.
Okay,
3 or 4
what's up?
hours ish.
There would have been no benefit to doing it
This is
earlier.
gonna
Oh
be
my
over
god, I can't
before
believe we're really
that.
going to fucking
Yes.
blackboard everywhere.
This is going to be over before that.
It's all right, Zach.
These things move quickly.
Okay.
Am I turning us into lizard people?
Some of us, but I'm invisible
Some
to
of us.
Gilmore.
So wait, are we making an above ground jump to the underground tunnels again? Or is
Someone
it
knows where they're
revolving
going, right?
down?
Where is the clasp? Are we going to meet up
Yeah,
with
we have
them
to
at
meet the
some
clasp.
point?
Once we're down there, they'll know that we're here.
All right.
Oh, how far is the tunnel jump? How long do we have to be above ground? And I'm asking because I might be able to make just some holes in the wall to cut us into other tunnels
Yeah,
and not have to go above ground at all.
When you recall Garthok leading you through Emon to get to the clasp entrance, you had to be above ground for probably about 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
That's a lifetime above ground.
Yeah.
And then we had to go
A lot
down.
of it was spent slow because you guys were stealthy, like jumping from alley to alley and like being very stealthy. If it was like a brisk pace, it could be as fast as.
But that
10.
was just to the entrance to the class, not the entrance to a sewer system.
Yeah, we could
Correct.
just pop down to a sewer. Do we see a sewer hole?
If you want to go inspect, you could look for
Then we
one.
have to find our way through the sewer that we don't really know how to get through.
Well,
we should
if I
find the
can-
clasp
Jesus, this
entrance.
plan is smart. So wait, once we get to the clasp, then we have to fucking talk to the clasp.
Yeah, for a second.
All right. All right,
They're going to help us,
You-
right?
It's all on Scanlan. He's very charming. Cash.
Yeah. I swear, he's normally very
I won't speak. Remember that time I saved your life?
It was wonderful. And I'm
No, it's fine.
The score you
grateful.
keep, my love. The score you keep.
No, we're good.
very glad you're here, though.
It's very sweet. Thank you.
All right, then we're visiting and then visiting.
Yes,
Working on
and then
that.
we're gonna go quickly to the clasp entrance.
Yes.
All right, I'll make us all lizard people, even the ones turning.
No, I don't want to.
Invisible lizard people.
We need someone who can turn visible into
I'd like to be a
Oh,
cow.
except for myself. Myself, I'll put the head of disguise on.
Okay, and you're tuning to that.
It's an attuned?
Only if it says it. Does it say it?
Do I have it? Yeah, I give it to you.
And I give it back. That was a long time ago. Yeah, years.
All right, fine. I'll make myself a lizard person too.
There's a lot of stickers.
An invisible lizard person.
A little lizard person.
Sam, I can do me, Sam.
It's like a hoarder of invisible objects.
Don't waste a spell.
Does
I'm
require
not.
it.
You
It
can
does
do it.
require to.
Yes. Seeming affects how many people?
As many as are near me when I cast it.
Sweet.
Any number of creatures, it says.
That is awesome. Seeming is broken.
Seeming is broken.
How appropriate that we're going to be underground lizard people in the city of Los Angeles.
Yeah, it's very, yeah. So
That's a valid point, actually.
No, it is our best. It's our best urban myth.
Yeah.
It's the lizard people of Los Angeles.
I make
It's not
them
a
all
myth. I have
very.
a friend who knows somebody who saw
That's
it.
true.
I make them all very skinny,
I hate the subway. Sorry, we don't have
not well nourished lizard people.
Okay.
We're
Except
going
for
to use
me.
so many Google
Except
alerts.
for pretty big.
So you now have a closer as you're doing this. As Gilmore begins doing his incantation, the invisibility spell for him, Vax and Vex. You guys all watch as each of your forms become these
Aw, man.
emaciated lizard folk. Except for Scanlan, who is this much shorter but like Wolverine stocky-looking lizard man.
It's like dwarf size.
It's a glandular problem.
It's the mayonnaise.
You feel Gilmore chuckle in mid-incantation. Oh, you're ridiculous. And he finishes the incantation, and Gilmore, Vex, and Max vanish. Yeah.
Oh.
Can't see us, motherfucker!
Okay, I suppose the invisible people will lead the way. Somebody hold
Quickly.
hands.
Yes.
Let's go. Let's go.
So who knows where they're going?
We all
We
know
do.
where
We
they're-
all followed Gothok to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we see the invisible people?
No.
Then
No.
how the fuck are we
Other
going to follow?
people
We also
They
know.
can talk to each other.
Okay.
All right. You guys begin to make your way through out of the alley.
I tug on Cash's little braid behind
Oh,
him.
come on.
You guys make your way into the street, out of the alleyway, and it doesn't take you long to find an entrance to the sewer. You do occasionally hear the distant ominous of a wyvern rider or two just kind of doing a pass over this portion of the city.
Okay, so their plan and their planning, we'll call it chaotic, all right? they, in a few ways, maybe didn't fully think ahead or possibly remember, exactly what was going on. All right, that's fine. But that said, I think there's kind of one of two ways you can go with it as Matt. And I think it depends on what you have behind the screen and the broader pace of the session. I think you can either take the time above ground right now. So like they were above ground. They very quickly found a sewer, right? And now they're going to transition into the sewer probably. You can either do that and just say, hey, in your head within, kind of what you're portraying to them, you took the time to do all this planning while you were still in the safety. Yeah, it was a little late, a little chaotic, but you spent some resources. It makes sense. It's a solid idea. It's a good idea. And so I'm just not even going to narrate any sort of challenges that you bypass. We're just going to go straight to the sewers. I think that is the much more, what we might say, like efficient or it's a much faster paced way to handle that. Is they don't run into any problems because they took the planning, so we can just cut out the segment of like descriptive space where they would have run into those problems. Alternatively, if you do want to slow down the pace a little bit, or if there's something important, or just if you really want to show their actions paying off, I think in between finding that sewer, you could have them bypass some lizardmen. You could have them even encounter some humans that kind of scurry off in fear, right? Give them some narrative, like immediate sort of payoff to that planning. But again, slows things down. So if you want to get to something before the end of the session, maybe don't want to do that. However, if you want to slow things down even more, you could even have them go through a roleplay segment where a lizardman, stops them and is speaking to them in Draconic. Now, that might be a little bit risky here, but you could do something that more plays into the entire situation that's going on here. You could have maybe a human walk up to them and give them like a lore drop because they look like lizardmen. Like saying like, oh, my liege, where do I take the newest offerings? I know it was changed recently. Something like that. I don't know. You do something there. But again, that's like the slowest option. So I think Matt chose like the fastest option, and what I just described is kind of the slowest option. And then there's some kind of room in between. Because I think Matt's option, theoretically, pays off their planning the least. Or it feels like intuitively like the least amount of payoff. Even though I truly believe in his inner workings, the only reason they got to the sewer with absolutely no trouble is because of all of the things that they just did. So I do think there was payoff, and I think the players would probably agree, but it's the least visceral of the payoffs. And if you want to increase that visceralness while slowing down the pace, then you have to, I think you would want to interject some things between the sewers to allow them to kind of experience the benefits more tangibly. So it's a good example. I don't think there's like a right or wrong answer, and that's why I said it really depends on what's going on behind the screen. It depends on like how comfortable is Matt with the current pace of the session and how quickly they're getting to things and how much he wants to accomplish or wants to show them before the end of the session. I think would really dictate how you handle that. Efficient, sure, but we would have missed on Lizard Folk Wolverine Scanlan. That's so true.
A lot of the buildings you see here on the outskirts, too, have been damaged even further from last time you were here. Remember, the buildings have been, like, doors torn off the hinges, and looks like the signs of struggle on the outside. It takes you only a couple minutes before you find what appears to be a great, some sort of a drainage runoff for rain in the city that leads into a subterranean sewer system. It is a little bit out in the open, It's kind of between two buildings, but right on the cusp of the street itself. So you have to be quick about it.
Let's go.
Who's opening it?
I am.
Invisible person opens it, and then somebody invisible to keep watch.
I'm keeping watch.
And I'm checking for traps just in
Okay.
case. Natural 20.
That grate is so not trapped. Like,
It's brand new.
no one's ever trapped it. Yeah, man. It's like you could sell that, like it was day one.
I like it. I like it. There's nothing. It tastes clean as
No,
well.
it tastes sweet actually.
All right. Is it locked?
It is not locked.
No.
It is wedged a little bit in there.
Okay.
Help! Lift!
Quietly.
Stealthily. Secretly.
He walks over and reaches, as you're kind of down there, and you kind of see him watching, and he kind of reaches, not seeing you, reaches on each side of you to get to the grate. Are you going to try and get it?
Yeah, I'll roll out of there. You seemed like you had a little story you wanted to tell. Yeah, I roll out of there.
Okay, you don't have just you, and lifts it off, and it, like you hear the creaking of metal. The bars bend slightly as the strength imparted by the Titanstone gauntlets cause them to easily ply this thing off the ground. And you can see down there is a somewhat eroded ladder set of rungs, but it is functional.
How far down? Dark
About,
vision?
about 20 feet, and
20
then it
feet?
seems to open into an actual a chamber or a sewer system.
Okay, I spank him on the ass and say, I'm going in, follow me. I just drop in.
Grog, wait, Grog! Put the grate down very quietly. I whisper in his ear.
On tiptoes.
Sets it down.
Standing on his knee.
Right. So you guys all head down there with Pike in tow, Gilmore following, invisible.
Once we're down in there, I bamf Trinket out of the necklace.
Okay.
What's he look
Are
like?
you speed? How are you, Trinket? It's been a long time.
Yes, I'm scared.
Don't be all right. You know Vex loves you very much.
That's why I'm here.
I know. We'll all look out for you.
Guys, I love you very much.
We'll look out for you, darling. We will. Thank you for coming and helping us. Thank you.
And for being such a badass.
Smells weird.
Kiss him on his nose.
It's cold. Stamp.
I love it.
You guys continue up the sewer system, and it's probably been a bit of a dry spell in a month for a little bit at least. It hasn't rained in the past couple weeks, and it rains fairly often here. So it's the system itself doesn't have a lot of drainage going through. That'll change soon, I'm sure.
40 feet ahead the whole time.
Yeah.
Looking at.
Make a perception check.
22.
Okay. About 10 more minutes into travel, you're starting to get fairly close to game time when things begin, but you do hear some whispers ahead.
Hold on.
It sounds like 4 different voices all conversing.
I creep up next to him.
In one location?
A little ways ahead, out of sight. You're not quite sure of the source. It's just kind of echoing from ahead.
Just listen with me.
What are they saying?
Roll perception check, please.
I'm gonna roll the critical roll dice. Oh,
Why now?
Where's my piece of paper?
Don't know.
Perception. That is 28.
So while you hear the whispers, it's too distant for you, Vax, to make out the details. Vax, as you hone in your ranger attentiveness and you studied lip movement, you read lips so much to the point where even just like disenunciation, you can kind of fill in the gaps. The conversation sounds like bits are talking about the relocation of people. Timing. It's too dangerous. We have to move further west. The tunnels are down. Now. And you hear a bunch of footfalls.
Running away from us?
Running in a direction you can't quite make out if it's towards you or away right now in this moment.
Why do we pop out now? We're top now.
You now see what looks to be 7 figures kind of step into the center of the walk where you are and begin walking away from you in the direction you were traveling.
Is anybody still invisible and or lizards?
You are all still lizards and 3 of you are invisible.
Okay.
And they're heading towards us?
They're heading away from you in the direction you were going.
Okay.
We're here to find him.
They hate you.
Wait.
3 of them stop and kind of make shh. It's really quiet and they've all just stopped.
Are you true to Emon?
Stillness, no movement. One of them goes and pulls a blade out very, very quietly.
I used to be one of you. I used to be Clasp.
And then I took an arrow to the knee.
That would be the funniest that's ever been.
Fucking meta.
Joker's been waiting for years.
Yeah, what's up, 2014?
You made it funny again.
She's in the game.
Are you invisible?
Yeah, we're still invisible.
And so
We're friends of Garthak.
Garthok.
Garthol.
Garthak.
We're not that close.
You're invisible and you're further back.
50 feet
Oh,
back.
I thought I was in the.
Also, if you get to stop, you're like slowly crawling in your direction. And one of them goes,
Lizard men. Get out of the way.
It's not lizard
It's
men.
not lizard men.
Magic.
It's a ruse.
make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Oh no!
Because you're invisible.
Because you're two voices coming out of the ether.
Oh my god. It is we're getting close to a break. I think I was debating at the last at the 2-hour mark if we were going to get through it. I was like, "Ooh, I don't know." But I think we will. Especially because this is just like a lot of story just happening. It was they were like, be like, "Are you true to Amon? I used to be one of you." Very serious, very very Shakespearean almost, and then Laura throws in that shit. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I think we'll make it to 4 hour or the 4 hour mark, no problem. Yeah, it's doing fine. I reapplied. Yeah. Also, fun. what's up? What's up? I would say I thought it was a fun little detail that it hadn't rained in a couple of weeks. Oh, that was fun. I think that's cute. That's a nice little detail. I liked it. Also, what's your take on campaigns based on novels? I think personally, I would have been pretty neutral / ambivalent, I might say, to that before. I'd only done homebrew stuff before the current Saltmarsh campaign that I'm running. But in this Saltmarsh campaign, I've loved being able to pull on lore, not just from the module, but from the wider Greyhawk setting. It's super, super fun. Or not fun, I should say, but it's a really good, like, spark to my imagination. And I can see the same thing with novels. I can see a very similar thing. I think it'd be even more interesting, or maybe not more interesting, but I think it'd be very interesting if everyone knew that it was based on the novels and like had a similar level of interest in the novels. I think that could be very cool. I personally enjoy using pre-made media as a base for one-shots, but I like homebrew for a full campaign. I can see that. I said until this Saltmarsh one, I had only ever run homebrew campaigns, but I'm enjoying the pre-made media aspect for the current one. Yeah. It feels much railroady. I can see that. I can see that. I mean, I especially think like if you're taking them on the story of the novel rather than necessarily just planting it within the world, I could very much see that. Because that is one thing about the Saltmarsh, is that I'm not really following along a story, so to speak. Like there's a light story in Ghosts of Saltmarsh, but it's not really required. I'm just using it as like world building, like fodder to generate my own stuff. So I could see there being some disconnect there between like a novel versus, more of like a classical setting. Because sometimes protagonists don't always, I don't know. Not that they don't make the most reasonable of decisions, but they just make a lot of times convenient decisions. And they, understand clues at convenient times. And they just so happen to decide to go through the right course of action at the right time. Which is a thing that you can't guarantee from your players. So I could see that. I could very much see that.
See a cluster of lizards in the shadow, and voices going, "No, we're okay.
We're not lizards.
We're cool. Don't worry, guys."
I rolled a 20 and a 1.
No.
So that adds up to 21.
You also rolled a 1? Yeah. You guys both rolled fucking 1s? Look over here!
The one at the front goes, "Shit, we have to close it. Run." And all 7 just start running in the direction they were going.
Oh, fuck, what do we do? Somebody, I go running up. Wait, drop seeming, drop seeming.
I'm running after them.
Drop seeming, Scanlan.
Getting after them.
Oh, okay.
Do it now.
Okay, I'm dropping seeming.
Okay.
Please, wait, we're not lizardmen.
You're still in.
You're still invisible. Please, wait! Please! Do not be afraid. We are with you. We are here.
Sorry, you're
for
freaky
you.
looking. So
I understand that. I'm not a lizard person. I have a very high persuasion.
You do. Double ones is a rough situation.
I know.
They have bolted very quickly, and they have not shown any sign of slowing. And you just hear the footprints just going.
Shit.
Move fast.
Even as fast
Run
as you
after
guys
them.
are
Run
moving.
after
We can't
them.
catch him.
Well, you're keeping in pace.
Okay.
So if you guys full bore, double dashing,
How far away are they?
they're beyond your visual sight right now in the darkness.
Are they more than 30 feet?
Yes, they
Yeah,
are.
that's more than 30.
I shout out after them. I shout out after them. I know Garthok. He'll recognize me.
He also kind of hates us. I think.
Don't care.
No, he doesn't.
No.
No, that's
No, the double one, man.
Okay.
No,
All right.
they're
No help from the class.
they're still running. They're still running.
We're still running after them.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys follow them for the next 10 minutes or so, and you're roughly 10 minutes from sundown game time before you hear a door.
Double nat ones, y'all. I mean, I've talked about my opinion on nat ones, nat 20s is, it kind of goes in flux. in regards to skill checks. I'm pretty lock solid on how I think they should be handled for combat. But I do think there is like an interesting amount of granularity, but it also gives so much of a chance to just override the modifier. So I don't know, I go back and forth on it, but it does like it's a good example of almost the not the inverse. How would I say it? Like, this is very similar to the type of encounter that I was describing and thinking about for Above the Ground, right? And Matt is leaning into the like aspect of what they did. Like the fact that they look like lizardmen, that they're talking to him while invisible. And they did, if they had dropped the seeming beforehand, which is a huge cost. I mean, they're essentially, you know, they are limiting the effectiveness of the seeming by dropping it early. If they'd done that before the persuasion roll, I think Matt might not have even required them to make a persuasion roll. So I think that this is like, it is the double nat ones, but I also think this is just like a very appropriate fallout for just failing the persuasion check. And then the nat ones, I think it's appropriate for like keeping that and not like necessarily allowing them to like try again, so to speak. Yeah. It's tough. Like I said, I go back and forth on how much I like really leaning into those 1s and 20s on the skill checks. But this feels like this feels very appropriate to me. It is not like everything was going right. They were in an advantageous position, you know, and then they rolled nat 1s and everything fell apart. They were already in a bad spot. And so, like, this is very, or not a bad spot, but a bad spot for trying to convince these people that they're cool. And so the nat 1, just like locking them into that, feels like an appropriate, like, next step down. Because that's kind of how my mindset has kind of changed around 20s and 1s, is just thinking about them as, like, a step outside the gradient. You know, it's like, there's success and failure, and then maybe in between there's gradient of success, and then outside of the success and failure, there's like, you know, mega failure and mega success, which is like, I don't know, sort of obvious, I guess, but like that's thinking about it just as like the next step outside. I've been trying, has helped me kind of like contain the magnitude in my own mind. And I think that when it is like that, when it's just the next step up, I've found that I haven't minded those times. And I find like the added granularity to be additive. Because like, I guess to get out the whiteboard, it's like, you know, if this is like the normal success space, and by just raw 5e, you have, you know, failure over here, success over here. That's it. That's a skill check. And then you maybe add in degrees of success, which is kind of these middle things. And I would still say that even with degrees of success, if you can, you should try to make the difference between these two things similar, if not the same, as the difference between these two things, right? That's kind of the way that I think about degrees of success, is they should be a pretty like linear one after the other kind of change, if I can at all help it. And I've started to think about crits in the same way. So having like a 1 on here and a 20 on here, right? I've started to think about them in just the one step up or one step down. Like, what is pure failure? Pure failure. What is the next like gradient up from that, right? So what is the difference between these two things? the difference between a normal failure and a nat 1 should be about the same distance. In my head. That is how I've started thinking about it more. And I have been... That's been good for me to like get my head around. I like thinking about it this way because it then allows me to consider 20s and 1s more generously. Because if it's not this close, like say the nat 1's effect is like way fucking out here, then I really start to not like the fact that there's a 5% chance of this, right? The fact that there's a 5% chance of this, if it's way worse than a failure, I start to really not like it. That doesn't sit right with me. But if it's only one step below the lowest, normal version of failure, I start to be much more okay with the fact that there's a 5% chance of it. It starts to much more embody the like chaos, like the good chaos. And same thing with the nat 20. And to me, this feels very much like one step down from what a normal failure I think would have looked like for Vox here. Like I can imagine a normal failure for them here being something akin to they run away. And then the nat 1 failure is just they run away and you can't convince them to stop. Now you might be able to force them to stop. That's still on the table, but that is the like 1 degree down of like nat 1 failure versus failure. I don't know if this is like incredibly obvious to other people. and I'm just like preaching to people that already think about this way, but this is not how I've thought about 1s and 20s in the past. In the past, like the way that I feel like I've seen 1s and 20s used and the way that I have and the things that I've critiqued them for, it has felt like to me the 1s and 20s were way further out. They were not like on that linear scale. And that's when I start to not like them. But if they're closer to that linear scale, I start to, I think, like them more. Which this may also be like some of the Blades in the Dark influence on me, where like one of the failure options when you're in a the position that you're in Blades in the Dark is like how controlled the situation is, how likely you are to succeed. And if you're in the middle position, a risky position, one of the failure modes is to put you into a desperate situation. And then you like remake the roll essentially. And this feels much more akin to that. And I like that a lot. I really, really liked that part of the BitD rule set. So yeah. I don't know. I think, again, I don't know if this is like how people already thought about it, but I have never thought about it like that. Yeah. I play it that it depends on the situation. Like in climbing, nat 1 is just failing, and nat 20 is finding all the right footholds immediately. Yeah. I mean, that's the part that I struggle with. And I think this is totally fair. To be clear, especially if it's, again, it's like that, kind of contained and restrained. But yeah, those both kind of just sound like additional like flavor, spice on top of like what the normal success and fail already would have been, right? It's like a 2 in that situation probably also would have been falling, and a 19 probably also would have been succeeding in the climb. So that sounds like, the 1s and 20s add additional flavor, but not necessarily additional mechanical impact, which I'm all about. I'm all about injecting as much flavor as you can. The times where I have to think about the timeline more, like this sort of like timeline or this sort of linear sort of progression, is when we start tying mechanics into it. Or like mechanical consequences. You know what I'm saying? So like if a normal failure would have been you falling and taking 1d6, I think I'd be down with you falling and taking 2d6, or 3d6 even. Something one step out. But I don't think I'd be cool with you falling and like spraining your ankle and having your movement speed until next long rest, right? That feels like too far of a departure, right? But if success is climbing it, failure is falling and taking a little bit of damage. Spraining your ankle and having your movement speed until next long rest is just, it's not the same kind of gap. You know what I'm saying? And that's where my mindset is kind of going nowadays. But it's still very like in flux. I'm still forming a lot of it. Yeah. I'm toying with the idea of house ruling a success with a cost mechanic, where if they fail their attack or ability roll by 1, then they get to offer a worthy sacrifice to bump it up. Yeah, a little bit of a devil deal type vibe there. Yeah, I mean that's sort of, I mean, even more abstractly, you could kind of consider that, right? I mean, even if you take it away from like the 1, I think more you could abstract it even further to just like have that, say you had that like degrees of success, right? Which is fully within D&D. The idea of wherever your roll landed you in this gradient, you can offer a worthy sacrifice to bump it up to the next level. I think that's totally cool. I like the concept of that manner of devil deal quite a bit. I like that a lot. So yeah, if they got into this gradient of success, which I'm assuming they would be if they're missing it by 1, right? Then they could offer that sacrifice to bump it up to a normal. And I mean, there's even something to be said for if you have, these kind of 20s bolted onto the side, 1 bolted onto the other. What if they succeed and then offer a devil deal to bump it up to the really high success? I like the idea of that. I like the idea of that a lot. Of offering a cost or a sacrifice. The only thing that is then kind of a, maybe not a DM fiat thing, but like kind of a more soft thing there is like what qualifies as a worthy sort of sacrifice, right? In Blades in the Dark for devil deals, it's like a communal kind of discussion of like what feels worth it here, between the players and the DM. Could run with that as well. Yeah. Players can only make one offer to the god of fate, the DM, or fail and lose whatever they offered. So they better make a good offer. Ooh, that's not stringent. What's the word? That's consequential. Yeah, I could see that. They probably wouldn't use it as often. Like, I think it would lead to less usage of the mechanic. But when they, I do think that they would make, that would kind of encourage them towards not making shit offers. I think. Yeah. I think that would definitely address the potential complication of like balancing what the offers are. Is like kind of, that would like make sure that they're probably always passing the line, but it's going to, like I said, wind up with them kind of being utilized less. Yeah. For me, it's mostly just a change in how I think about it, a success versus the best reasonably possible success. Yeah, I've heard that sort of thing before. But even that, I feel like can go, I have a very robust imagination. So what I can imagine in my head for the worst possible failure and the worst possible success. Now, you do add in the reasonable part there, but the reasonable part is what gets me all fucked up. And I'm like, okay, well, what is reasonable in this? And so I think the 1 degree of separation, right? What I'm talking about up here, this is me sort of going after trying to define what is reasonable in my head, right? Because I can, like I said, I can imagine a very wide degree of success and failure. But it's tough for me to like hone in on what I feel like is reasonable. And so I think that this is me trying to kind of go towards that, you know? Yeah. It will impact how I describe very rarely impact how I will describe it and very rarely the mechanics. Yeah. Do you see the editor's note? I did. You want to know some inside baseball? Eden doesn't play Blades in the Dark. I told him to put the editor's note on it. During my review, I was watching it and I was like, I don't think that's the name of it. Fuck. And so I told him to put the devil deal on it. I didn't watch the actual edit. We talked about him doing an actually joke, but I don't know if it actually made it in. I really need to watch the final edit because I only watched the members only cut version. Anyways, but yes, I thought it was very funny. It's something along the lines of like a devil's bargain or something like that. And devil deal is it just rolls off the tongue so much better, you know. Would that be a cool warlock feature, like a twisted divine intervention? I could see that. Clockwork Sorcerer? Clockwork Soul, I think? Clockwork Soul Sorcerer. Which I think that Clockwork Soul is... frankly, I don't really feel like feels that much like a sorcerer subclass. But it reminds me of the like restore balance one. Yeah, I think that there's something to be said for that sort of manipulation. I think the only thing is, if you were going to have that be a class feature, you would need to like codify degrees of success as not as how would you say it? I think you would need to codify degrees of success as not optional. Unless I guess you just want to do it with success and fail. Like they can just turn any failure into a success, probably a certain number of times per long rest. Turn a failure into a success, but they have to offer something in return. It's a little bit soft magic, but which like a lot of D&D mechanics don't like to be, but some of them do. Some of them are pretty soft. I could see that. I don't think you would want to in like it's like what level would it be? Because it's sort of like the rogue 20th level capstone, right? The stroke of luck. It's kind of like that, but you're tying a cost to it. Yeah, I don't know. I certainly think it's something you could think through. Yeah. Yeah. My shield breaks as it takes the brunt of the magic blast. Good offer, extreme drama. Yeah, absolutely. That's very Blades in the Dark Devil deal. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I do like you're thinking of 1 degree of separation. I think I functionally did that, but I never put it into words. And putting it into words allows me to reflect more specifically. That's my entire life. I a lot of times, like the reason that I like this sort of stuff, the reason that I like talking through things, thinking about things, is because I feel not incapable of reflection unless I put it into words, but reflection upon things that are not put into words for me is very, very difficult. I've tried to get better at it as time has gone on. But it's so much easier for me to like actually think about something if it has a manner of concreteness to it. Yeah. Chrono Wizard can do that like 5 times a day for free. Goddamn Chrono Wizard.
Or slam ahead of you.
Balls!
I want to move to that door.
Okay.
I immediately stop and start looking behind me. Does this look like we just ran into a trap?
Make a perception check. Oh, let's be more of an invested.
Are they catching up behind?
Okay,
Yeah.
so, 21 total.
I'm checking the door too.
Okay, go ahead. Looking around, it's hard pressed to see. The sewer has slowly given way to non-sewage tunnel system that looks like it's existed for a long time. This is reminiscent of some elements of the class tunnel system that you've seen before, though you haven't really been to it this far south in the city.
Okay, I stand back before I run in with the rest of them.
Okay.
I don't want to get us all in a corridor.
I rolled a,
Investigate the door.
I rolled a 20.
He's currently doing that right now.
I'm sorry.
Roll 20?
Yeah, 20.
I like that you're talking to Matt through the earring.
I'm not talking to Matt. You're Laura Bailey. That's right. Busting my balls since 2000 and something. Every chance she gets.
That's a 2006.
But she loves me with all her heart. Touch me. Renegade. Support you left and right, and this is the best I got.
The door is locked,
Yes.
and the door is trapped. Yes.
Scanlan, will you come up here, please? I've got my hand on my earlobe for fucking reason.
I'm here. What do you need?
I need you to talk us in this fucking doorway.
For what? What are we still trying to get this class? 10 minutes has gone by. All right.
Talk to the fuckers on the other side of this door. You can talk to anybody.
I knock on the door, and I say, Oi, I know you can hear me in there. Sorry for the scare. We're friends, and we're here to help you get a lot of gold.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Because I'm through a door.
And because
we're assholes.
Yes, because we're assholes.
You should try and sell them drugs. I think that would go.
Oh, sell them drugs!
Drugs.
28.
Right now. In the middle.
I can guarantee you they don't have any.
No, he sells them.
Yeah,
There's a class.
They're straight edge, huh?
Oh, yeah, oh, totally.
You still don't know if you put it up your ass or smoke it. How are you gonna sell it?
I'll find out from there.
But no.
Do they like mayonnaise?
There's a pause, and then a voice comes through and says, "So, who are you? What do you want? What leaves you the possibility of wandering these sewers unstabbed?"
First of all, you or members of your organization know us. We are from Emon. We are Emonites. Emonese? We're locals.
Eminence.
We've traveled these sewers before, among you. And we will again tonight if you help us find our way to Thordak. We are super powerful superheroes who are going to kill a dragon and give you half the gold.
Half the gold. Half the gold. Holy.
There's another pause. 10, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. And then you hear a wench go. Then you hear. And the door just ever faintly opens, and just a single face pokes through, hood up. "So, your allies against the dragon?
Absolutely.
How many are you?"
Well, about a half dozen, let's say.
Twice a half.
I think it's like 12-ish. I think 12-ish.
10,
We need to take a for.
Some are animals, some are invisible.
Still be invisible.
6 to 12.
Say 13 in case Steve joins.
We stand 30 strong in this room, crossbows drawn. Make no mistakes, we'll be watching you. One false move, you'll all have a bolt to the back of the skull. Walk with us. We'll see if what you say is true.
I use Thieves' Cant to knock out the phrase "no bullshit" on the door.
You see his chin kind of move and grind for a moment.
I did that with my penis.
Stop breaking up.
Make a deception check.
He thinks you're cute.
20.
20?
I like that he goes, and it's a 20.
You see him go. And slowly back away. The door opens wider, and as you enter the room, you can see there is roughly 30 people in various dark bits of dress. But once was like the class kind of had a uniform, or at least a uniform style to them when they were within their safe space. Well, that still exists. All of them look tattered. They look underfed. They look sleepless, and they all look driven. And it's that kind of cornered animal look that both is welcoming and also a little scary. And as you all walk in, they all very intently just keep their eyes on you, their crossbows at the side, and they're all kind of surveying you and taking in, and you can definitely see them accepting that you are powerful in comparison to maybe many others they've encountered, and that also kind of scares them. It's a weird kind of like, good, fuck, at the same time. And as you all walk into this kind of silent atmosphere, the one who was talking to you pulls his hood back, and you see it's a younger man, probably in his late 20s, but his face is just currently wrecked by some sort of a disease that's just scarred over.
Where is Shen?
You want us to take it to Shen?
No.
There's no time, to be honest.
Where is he?
He's right by the volcanic pocket. It looks to me, at least from word on the street, that there's something going on. Something's going to be happening tonight, and the class is being ready.
Yeah, we've got about 10 minutes till all hell breaks loose. So we gotta do this, now.
We gotta get to where Thordak is.
We need to see by this volcanic surge.
That he is. Travel fast, travel light, follow me. Puts his hood back up and then goes into a run. And
Come on,
running.
you You guys all give chase at this point as fast as you can. Poor Pike is like.
Oh, Grog picks her up. Come on.
Picks her up.
Grog picks her up as he does, and she's still like running in the air.
Thanks,
On his shoulders, and they're running together. Billy has to like duck low a couple times. She almost like gets her head knocked off from the low bridge area. Following him as fast as you can. It's around the corner, down long corner. He's quick, and you can see what certain people in the class rise quickly in that messenger format as they can get around the city, like that. You begin to get to a point where you see a few grates up above you, passing 20 feet up. You start seeing more and more sewer openings, and you hear in the distance.
Oh boy.
The sound of cracking thunder.
Thunder. The storm's coming.
As soon as we get out, Keyleth, you have to make a storm or something.
Yeah.
Or a VM or something, right?
She could probably do it through the grates.
We've got the same.
Okay, hurricane.
Theoretically, possibly.
As you continue to run, you can hear up above too. It sounds like just the energy itself is gathering into a loud cacophony of screeches and roars. It sounds like the populace that is keeping guard over the currently ruled, tyrannically held city. The wyverns are restless. They see something happening. There's something brewing, and now not just those below understand. Those above are starting to get the sense that things are not right.
Yes.
It's beginning. You begin to feel and hear bits of rainfall beginning to come through the grates. Just up ahead, a little bit of light that peeks through. You can see the droplets now hitting as you run past. Woof, 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 overhead. You hear another bolt of thunder, bolt of lightning and thunder in the distance, and another. The storm is getting faster and more successive, and it's definitely landed in Emon. You continue to push forward.
How far are we?
You're shouting ahead of me.
How much longer?
Do you feel that?
Yes.
No, do you feel that? And you kind of stop for a second and realize, as cold as it is up there and has been in the past, these tunnels are growing warmer and warmer
Yes.
and warmer. Not far now. And he's still running.
I start, as I'm running, dipping arrows in poison.
Okay.
I've got 6.
Okay. So go ahead and mark those.
6 vials of poison. Does that make 6 arrows, or does that make
Each vial can make 3 poisoned arrows.
however many I can make during this amount of time? Because I know it only lasts for like an hour, so
Yeah.
on the tips.
So per vial is 3 arrows.
Awesome.
It's hard to do while running at this fast pace.
Yeah.
So I say you can
Super
maybe
dexterous.
get 2 vials done.
Okay.
To be honest, because like in order to keep up, it's a full sprint because you are racing against time for this and
Okay.
like running as hard as you can and like. It's a little hard.
It's one of those things I meant to do earlier. Hi guys.
Second feast. Just gotta finish knitting this sweater.
Eventually, you begin watching as these tunnels, you see collapsed portions of it. You see the falling rocks that are kind of gathered. You feel the air itself become humid, become temperate, and uncomfortably warm. The sweat begins to drip down your brow, and what you recall being the dry heat of the Marquette deserts is now being matched or exceeded by the wet, damp, humid underground air of the subterranean tunnels of Emon. You dart around the corner and follow him around this curve, and it's the first time you see a break in the rock, where a vibrant, bright orange stream of molten rock is now pouring down past into some basin below the walkway, and you see him more carefully walk around it. And now this pathway has gone from an original clasp tunnel to essentially a haphazardly carved or left over and barely functional tunnel that has been wrecked by this slow incursion of volcanic activity. You have about 2 more minutes of running before he comes to a stop, and you hear now what initially was just the rousing of local lizard creatures and denizens of Emon, now ruling class. The lightning is every few seconds. And you hear one loud, ominous, rumbling roar. Echo through the sky, and it's a familiar roar. You heard it once before the fall of Emon. The storm has awoken, or at least gotten the attention of the beast, the tyrant that now resides over the city of Emon, and is not that far from where you stand. The young man pulls his hood back again and points up, and you can see there is one tunnel that leads up out of the sewer. Part of it is kind of jutting outward, and it's a slippery, pouring of rain now, just gliding off of it and slopping into mud on the ground. Most of the rungs have been rent off or fallen through the erosion or the impression of this kind of tectonic shift in this localized area. And he points up, "This is as close as I can get you, but I don't know how you want to climb. Good luck." And he turns around and darts back where you guys came from.
So he's guiding us up and out?
No, he's
No,
gone.
he's gone.
He's got to get up. So wait, there's a pipe to climb up? Is that what
It's a like 3 3-4 foot wide tunnel. Like, they used to go straight up, but now parts of it are kind of like, it's a little crooked, and some of the initial climbing rungs have eroded away.
Can we parkour it up?
Certainly. Go ahead and make acrobatics checks, both of you guys.
Can Grog throw this up?
Is there a grate ahead of us? Can we see the sky?
There is, but it doesn't. It looks partially off.
33.
34.
Both of you guys in a networked twin type, near ballet in its execution, darting up in tandem, both kind of using each other to push off as you hit each edge. You make your way to the very top in this crisscross fashion. Then one of you gets up just in time to hit the grate as the other one hits the other side, sending it onto the ground outside.
Perception check.
Oh, yeah.
For anything else.
By the way, I was totally going to say I was putting trinket back in the necklace before you started saying all that. It's just, it kind of went into it right away.
Okay.
So.
Not to worry.
Okay.
Trick is in the necklace.
29.
Oh, I want a perception check too.
All right.
Just because, you know, that 29 isn't going to see everything.
No, gotta get 30, right?
Yeah, no, this is a 23, so.
Twins.
You guys both look up. You, Vex, looking around, you can see you are in the street, and you can see there are a number of buildings around. Single story, second story. Some of them long collapsed and burned. Some still have flames on them that the rain is attempting to put out, but the fire is fighting back. You, Vex, see the same spread, and then off to the left of you, a familiar sight. The Cloud Top District wall and gates, maybe a couple hundred feet off from your current position. You can see, beyond that, just a singular black column of smoke with the occasional flicker of red embers just drifting up through, fighting against the storm itself. The rain may fall, but it doesn't seem to last long enough to hit the ground of the cloud top. You see mist and steam begin to rise up, the rain itself evaporating before it can even get close. You also see above the gate what looks to be a few dozen small dark shapes. And you take a moment to focus before you can see it looks to be what were once people are now blackened husks that have been left up on chains. Decoration, if you will, for the outside of the cloud top as a warning or celebration of Thordak's rule. You see on the outside of that gate 2 large, armored, alert fire giants wielding long, thick, square black metal blades that themselves have flames engulfing, and they're both standing there just kind of shoulder to shoulder, looking about on high alert based on the current chaos of the circumstance.
What's between us and them?
It's road. It's just bare road.
bare road.
You have buildings to each side. You were just now emerging from the alleyway, and you are centered to the street right
How
now.
far are they from us right now?
They're a little over 100 feet.
100 feet.
2 fire giants?
Yeah.
I pull Vex out of you.
I mean, we're invisible.
I know, I don't want to be heard. We've got 2 fucking giants up here guarding our path.
About 100 feet off. Clear view.
There's no more tunnel down here, right?
No, it goes for another 5 or 6 feet, and then is just wrecked. It is collapsed, ruined.
We cannot spend our energy fighting these guys. We have to distract them away and move in past their position.
I can conjure an elemental.
Okay, speaking of the what might you call it? Efficiency, right? Them sort of committing to those class members and having, Scanlan get in there with a really heavy persuasion success, even at disadvantage. It seems like Matt is, I can't say this for sure, but sort of looking for excuses to get them through the city, which seems fair. Like, I don't want to say they didn't put a lot of planning into this, but they put a lot of planning into, like, the allies that are there and, like, making sure that everyone is, like, as in position as possible. They were a lot more vague on the actual moving through the city, which is where you saw them kind of pause and take that long second before actually, moving on through the shithouse from the tunnel underneath Grayskull. Take that, like, moment to plan. And so I think it's really fair as Matt to just try and, again, look for excuses to get them through the city, like to the next point of interest very, very quickly if you can. I think you would have, left them to their own devices there if they had not tried to recover the situation with the clasp. I think you would have let them figure out another way through. But then once they did commit to it, they put Scanlan in there. That might have become a fight. Who knows? I think he kind of latched onto that and used that as, an excuse to get them to the next real point of interest. Because they did not have a ton of plan for how to actually get to the volcano itself. So yeah. I think I've been talking a lot about Brennan's efficiency during D20. I think this is one of the most efficient I've seen Matt's, of like actively looking for ways to let them like skip through the parts that they didn't really think a lot about, which I think is good. I think is solid. Now, they're kind of deciding in the moment to not exactly go with like the plan of like opening up the gates or breaking down a wall or whatever. But all of them are going along with it, and they could have interrupted if they wanted to turn around. So yeah. I was curious why Keela didn't make them into clouds for a quick and stealthy traversal. Isn't that spell really good for infiltrating and fitting through the tiniest gaps? Like Windwalk? Yeah. I think Chat Noir is right. Yeah, I think that's a solid plan. They did not think about it. Which, I mean, going towards my whole kind of, I guess, thesis for this pause, for this tangent, I think they truly just did not think a lot about how they would move through the city. I think they just really did not give it a lot of consideration or thought. They were more concerned with the Singornian army, with Mikhail, with Brahm, and all of their allies, with making sure the Ashari are there. The airship is directed correct. I mean, they were, I think, more concerned about the 55 soldiers from Fort Daxio than they were with how they were going to move through the city. So I think it's a really good example of like Matt sort of leaning into what his players want and what they're actually thinking about, right? They're not concerning themselves really with how they're moving through the city. And Matt set up a good in fiction excuse for them to not need to think about it, right? And it's still eventually going to get them to the cool dungeon at the end of it, right? I mean, the last time she made them in the clowns, it was so bad, maybe she's scared to use it. Also could be true. Could be that even subconsciously, Marisha's just not thinking a lot about Windwalk. Yeah. Maybe they didn't think they'd find a safe place to materialize. Could be. Could also be the materialization issues. I mean, we won't know what they considered off table. But I think broadly they just weren't thinking about it a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Also, me might be trying to reserve a higher level spot. True. Yeah, I think there's lots of different rationale that they might have considered. I think, but I truly think broadly they probably just weren't considering it.
And one of them will chase it.
Is it possible to get up and over the wall away from them?
Three of us are invisible, but not the rest. How do we get by?
Is there a gate behind them already?
Can we hear this conversation?
Yes.
They're on a wall. Yeah.
You can hear one half of it.
Yeah, you can hear
We're
what
like,
they're saying.
Two fire giants
Two fire giants.
What do we
guarding
have?
the gates. We have to get rid of them.
Can we get into a building on either side?
It's just a wall. It's defensive. We can get over the wall, perhaps.
what kind of a wall is it?
The
30 feet high?
cloud
Is
tower.
that what you said?
What kind?
It is about roughly 35 feet.
Can I peek my head out?
It is a solid, thick stone wall. It is designed as a second-tier defense from siege warfare against the palace and
Can I
the.
use stone shape us a hole through it?
You need a distraction.
You know that it's pretty thick. You're familiar with the wall. You guys have traveled to it from cloud tops
That's what I'm saying,
before.
stone shape.
Let me see your
Or
stone
under.
shape.
Extend the tunnel.
Or I can
Possible?
fly up to the top of the
Can
wall
you
and
make
drop
the
the rope
tunnel
down.
The problem is I don't know how far the tunnel is collapsed.
Yeah.
Where
No
do
more
you-
than
where
5
do
feet in
you-
any dimensions. No,
Yeah.
it's thicker than 5 feet.
Wait.
Where do you need to go beyond this?
In there.
All the way
through
into the
door.
I
cloud
took.
Through the wall.
Here's the thing. I took Move Earth. I can try and tunnel us through, but that's a pretty big spell.
Well, what if
Move Earth also takes a while.
What if I come out,
Never mind.
I move down away from the fire giants, I fly up to the top of the wall and drop the rope down, and so everybody can climb up.
But nobody's invisible. We'll see.
We just have
Too
to
much
put
of a chance they're going to see you.
They're going to see you. How far
How many
away are
of
we
us are
from them?
invisible?
You're about 100
Three.
feet. 30
Chances of
I
failure.
can make another 3 of us invisible, but that's still not
Do the
everybody.
fire giants have any reason to attack lizard people?
You don't know.
Maybe make lizard people and then pop
I've
up.
just learned a 5-level spell making us lizard people once for no fucking reason.
Well,
Look,
And that's dropped at this point?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, we had to.
You need a distraction.
We definitely do.
I can,
Let us
I can
do
make
this.
the conjure element.
You two?
Two of us have to stay.
Let us do this.
Wait, what?
Let us do this.
Your horns go off in the distance.
We don't have any time.
Keyleth, it's time.
We need you guys. We need you with
We
us.
can do this one.
Are you going to go out and draw them away?
We'll try and meet you if we can. In the meantime, call your people. Do it now.
Absolutely.
Holy shit. Good. I was about to say, Chat Noir, good call on the guests. Woo! The guests being on it. Yeah. Super cinematic, really fun, very flavorful, and gives them a very easy excuse as to why they're not here next session. Great, hey, that was great. That's a really, really great call. I truly wonder if Matt planned it that way. I don't know. I wouldn't have thought in that direction, I don't think. But maybe they had that discussion ahead of time. I don't know. That's cool. That's very, very cool. Really good call on their part. If that's improv, amazing call on their part. If it was semi-planned, good call on all three of them, Matt included. I like that a lot, yeah. We talk about the guest players, especially with Ashley, and how to move them in and out of scenes. I've been very I've gotten annoyed occasionally at the way in which they move Ashley in and out of scenes. So I gotta call it out when I think it's great. Yeah. I would assume they had semi-discussed it before. But yeah. That seems possible. It seems possible. Yeah. Really good. There's maybe an opportunity if close to the end for you to do divert. Yeah. Possibly. I don't know. Good choice. Good option. Good thinking about it ahead of time. Big solid. Gets big thumbs up from me.
I cast Invoke. I use a cantrip, Mask of Many Faces. As a lizard person, I go 10 feet, so I'm within 90 feet, and I cast Evard's Black Tentacles on the two.
You gotta get up.
We're going to go up the tunnel first.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta get out of the
I
sun.
grab
Can I go running
Cash
out?
by the arm really fast, and I just say, "Thank you," and I give him a kiss on the cheek.
Yes, we're way past that.
Just shut up and appreciate it. Go.
Before I go running out, I grab Vex. I love you. If I can find you, I will. If not, stay alive.
I grab Vax real quick. Hey.
Yeah?
Two things.
What's that?
First,
Right.
it's 1-1. And second, don't get us all dead.
All right, cutie.
Luck in battle.
So I go running out. Lizard face. Actually, once I get out of the tunnel, Mask of Many Faces, lizard, I just go walking up. Within 90 feet, I cast Evard's Black Tentacles.
Okay.
Open up.
Okay. As she's doing this, anyone else preparing anything else? Are you working?
Putting on gloves of climbing to climb up the thing.
Okay.
Spider walk.
No.
Cash just stands with his back to them, guarding them as they're going up the wall. Spirit at the ready.
Okay.
Are you brooming it?
I'm brooming
I'm
it.
holding onto the broom.
Okay. You guys, I'm up there.
I dropped the rope down for Grog and Pike and,
Pike and
everybody else.
whatever
Go
else goes through. Yeah, it's
shoot up
easy enough.
my-
You all eventually get your way up to the top and kind of duck in an alley. I need you to roll stealth checks.
We still have that.
Pass without a trace that I cast it, yeah.
All of us?
All of you would
got
have things that's not expired. It's an hour concentration.
27.
Can I cast it again?
Stealth, do we?
No, I don't want to be
we don't want
stealth.
So I mean,
We wanna be
it's still on.
Oh, it is?
I'm saying it's an hour concentration.
Okay, okay,
It's
okay.
lasted a little.
Cool.
21.
Well, actually, you cast it before you guys got to the keep, right?
Right
Never
at the
mind.
keep.
Yeah.
I
No,
can
no.
cast
So
it.
yeah, so no, it didn't even happen earlier.
18 then.
Sorry, 18.
11.
Do we get advantage because we're invisible?
The invisible folks do, yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
Invisible folks.
31.
21.
Okay.
27.
All right. And okay, you guys managed to dart up. You notice first off the Wyvern Riders are now like coasting by and scooting over the sky in groups of 10 at a time. And you can see now as the bolts of energy are starting to hit, off in the distance you see a flash, and as one gets taken down by a bolt of lightning, the wind is now picking up and beginning to swirl, and you watch as they're having a hard time flying and being harried by the elements just kind of darting around and slamming into them. One of the fire giants sees movement over in your direction and starts walking that way as you begin to emerge in your lizard person form.
Can I quietly inspire Cash?
You can if you like.
Cash. King of the universe. Cash. He is the best. And his hair was parted in the middle.
All right, take your D12 inspiration die.
Where's my D12?
All right.
Just hold on.
I got it. Oh, trust me, I'm holding.
So, as you walk forward and lift your hands up, touching the staff, you watch as these black ethereal tentacles burst out of the ground, slam into the ground, and then attempt to wrap around the legs and lower body of these giants. What is your spell DC?
It's been a while since she's played, guys. Let's
18, all right, for a fire giant.
Somewhere you can fill the chat.
Two and a 3 on their deck. Yes! All right. Yeah, so they're both restrained and they take 3d6 bludgeoning damage. Go ahead and roll that.
You want all Groot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am Groot.
I am Groot.
I'm not a baby Groot.
I am Groot. That's not that name.
3d6? But it's they're restrained and it's 3d6 bludgeoning damage.
Correct. So
Which is
both
10.
of them? 10. All right, so they both
just
take.
restrained 2 fire giants?
Yeah.
Holy shit!
10 is on the good side of 3.
You watch they pull back, like their swords that have the bay, their wrists are bound by these tentacles, and they're both like being slowly crushed by the. When no one here speaks giant except for Grog.
Yeah.
Right.
I speak giant.
You do? Yes. You and Grog hear it, and it just says, "Under attack in giant shite." And as they're both being held there, as you're holding them in place, they take the damage. What are the rest of you guys doing?
I immediately, right above us, create a little Eye of the Hurricane. And okay, you know, like when it snows and there's a moonbow, a rainbow? I kind of do a little bit of a moonbow situation.
Okay, are we trying to keep stealthed and
I think we just go. If they're grappled, let's go.
Do
Run
it!
and pass them.
Go!
Go.
And then we run!
Okay, you guys all bolt towards this. There is a 15-foot gap between these two giants right now, and you're rushing across this like a double dash. You get just to them as it comes to their go.
I thought we were up and over the wall.
No, we were
guys
up
are
out
up
of
there.
the pipe.
I understand.
Yes. At this point, as Keyleth runs and creates this moonbow and this clearing in the sky, the wind suddenly doubles in speed in the air, and the bolts come down twice the pace. You watch as distant rooftops are exploding. You see wyverns being struck and thrown to the ground. Ooh. You see as small funnel clouds begin to form in portions of the city as the cloud itself is beginning to draw. And you start seeing a similar dark speck to what you saw the sky before, come and land before you. You see distant sky sails flickering in and out of the storm. Control over this. As this is happening, and
once we see the dragon.
as you guys are running too, with that symbol, you hear far to the left a large explosion sound in the distance, sounding like impact against a wall. You get the sense that it has begun.
Oh my god.
You guys rush up to the edge of the door just as the two giants are going to attempt to break free from the tentacles. That is dexterity, strength or dexterity check against your save for DC. So that's going to be helpful. So strength is much better than the dex. Not with a 3.
Good.
Or a 7. I'm rolling as bad as I did on
Stay right where you are, boys.
Both of them are still not in place. They both tried desperately to look, staring down at you and growling. You can see the strain as the tentacles are pulling on them.
Welcome
their
to
swords
hentai.
burning.
Find the notify.
And you're kind of keeping guard there at the ready. What are you guys doing? You're at the door now.
Grog, can Grog punch through it? I don't.
Yeah.
Yes, I can! And he goes for a full swing against the door. Yeah. Oh man, okay.
Surprise, gents.
Basically. This is double damage against siege.
It's Boxman.
It's Boxman.
Boxman.
Yeah, that is just with his fist, not even using his axe, just his fist against the door. The first hit, he dealt 26 points of bludgeoning damage. Whoa. For the second strike, he brings with the axe now, as he's like dented it inward and swings with it. That's a 32 points of damage to the door. You watch as the fist slams into it, and the doors, and they're large, heavy wooden doors you're very familiar with that have metal reinforcement on them in this part of the gate. The fist slam causes them to shudder at the impact and shake, but the chains that still hold them in the inside bound are taut. The axe comes by, and as it hits the edge of the wood and the iron splinters, the iron bends, and the hinges actually off of one in the gate slams off the side, off of the top hinge, and you all have to try and throw it out of the way as it swings past. I need, oh man. It's not quite big enough to hit all of you, and I would say the ones that are at the front line would probably be the twins, and probably Keyleth. We're gonna stay with them. Well, no, you'd be back as the storm
I was
cloud.
Kessin.
Yeah, Grog, definitely. So the twins and Grog, and you guys make dexterity saving throws. Natural 20 for Grog.
Evasion mark for this?
That's interesting. That's interesting. He's kind of leaning into the theater of the mind aspect and saying like, okay, who's going to be close to this door? Oh, man. It strikes me as a bit odd. And I'll just kind of vomit out my reasoning and maybe I'll come to a conclusion of like he's playing Grog right now. And I'm sure that he is, playing Grog as he thinks Travis would play it. But he is like ultimately kind of in control over Grog's actions. He knows how much, health the door has. Has control over like the door falling in, certain ways. It's not like he, rolled any sort of luck check to see which way it fell. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to say no ads. No ads, because we're really close to the end. So that was all relatively in Matt's control. And then he placed everyone within the scene because they're running it in Theater of the Mind, which I think Theater of the Mind here makes a lot of sense, especially towards the end, and especially if, these two are kind of going to handle the fire giants. Theater of the Mind makes total sense. But I'm now debating, because I think if I'm, thinking about running this sort of thing in Blades in the Dark, because this is not an uncommon type of, sequence in Blades in the Dark, this sort of thing, trying to sneak into a fortified area. I generally want my players to be placing themselves, but that is a longer process. Like, that takes more time and debate, and the players are asking about things and asking about the environment, and placing them yourself as the DM is much faster, much faster. It requires definitely a degree of trust, of like the players trust that you are placing them like appropriately, and that you are truly trying to consider their character when thinking about where people would be placed in the scene. But it does run the risk, especially if where they are placed right now has a potentially negative effect, like them having to make this dex save against a door, right? That can make it feel weird, because it would have been like, well, no, I wouldn't have been next to Grog. I'll say it like this. It feels like it's a very high risk point for potential disagreement about what a character would or would not be doing, right? It feels like a high kind of risk point. Now, that said, it has the huge advantage of being incredibly fast. Way faster than I think doing it an alternative way. And if they are, approaching the end of this, which, 4 hours, 16 minutes, not the longest they've gone, but definitely not the shortest. It's tough to know without knowing what Matt has behind his screen, how much he is prioritizing speed here. But based on everything else we've seen in the session, I think he is broadly prioritizing speed. So I definitely get it from that perspective of he still wants like a nice cinematic moment, you know what I'm saying? But he wants it to go quickly. He wants it to go fast. He doesn't want to feel like he's fast forwarding through the action, but he still wants that 2x speed. So there's something to be said for like taking, I guess, some of those occasional risks and falling back on the trust with the characters, that you're not putting them in too bad of a situation. Yeah. This last bit really feels like they are on a timer. Yeah, I mean, it feels like Matt has an endpoint in mind for the session, and he is trying to get them there. Especially, I mean, they have 2 guest players who I'm sure have their own schedules, He doesn't want to keep them here too long, but he could have been like, okay, what's the order you guys are going in? And after they answer realistically with their intentions, he then goes, all right, the first 4, make a dex save. He absolutely could have. I'm essentially kind of, when I think through it, it's like that would have, it would have taken longer. How much longer? Super depends. Depends on your players. Depends on how much they would debate that. I think there's something to be said for skipping that because you do know that it will take a certain amount of time of debate, you know? But it's, I don't know. A door falling over tier 4 characters seems like a very small danger. I mean, we'd have to see. The scale that I have been given of this is it's like a 20-foot tall door. But fair enough. Yeah. I think this is one of the. I don't remember this, at least so distinctly, in any other sequence. But this feels like the sequence of Critical Role to me, where I feel like Matt is pulling the most levers to speed up the pace. It certainly must have happened before, and I'm sure I've identified and talked about it before, but none of them stand out in my memory, and this one feels... It doesn't feel quite like the QuickTime event scriptedness of the Fall of Emon. That was a little bit different, especially because that was at the start of the session. But this feels like the moment where like Matt has an end goal in mind and he is pulling all of the levers at his disposal to speed this up as much as he can. And to be fair, I mean, he got a decent session time out of it. Sometimes their session times blow up to 4 hours. So I can't say that it wasn't effective by any means. Yeah. Speed Demon Mega sounds very happy. Matt is putting on the pressure. It's interesting. It's certainly interesting. I liked it a lot in the sewers. This one I'll have to see. Maybe I'll probably have a more thorough. I'll have a more thorough opinion after I see where they end. Because I feel like it is all leading up to an end point. And if that end point is worth it, then I think I like it. I like the cuts, the lever pulls. Yeah. I'm mostly just like, damn, I can't believe it's happening. I would have never expected it out of Matt.
No, this is...
That's a deck save. All right, just 20 for me.
Okay, that's fine. You guys all duck out of the way just as the door slams into the mud to the side. The giants still restrained. You all begin to charge in to the space without thinking. As soon as the opening's there, you dart in as the giants are restraining you guys. What are you doing at this point? The giants aren't going to be held for long.
That's right. Well, can I cast Gaius on one and have one attack the other?
Swing away, Cash.
Am I allowed to take control of one of them?
I will see what the casting time is 1 minute, so that's 10 rounds that you have to cast that spell. I don't know if it's not much of a combat spell, really.
Are they, because they're flame giants, right? Does a flame strike work on them, or are they susceptible to flames, or no?
That is up to what you might expect.
Then let's give it a try. We're going to try to do a 5th level flame strike and see what happens.
Alrighty. Go ahead and roll 4d6 radiant damage.
4d6?
Radiant. Both restrained, they have disadvantage on the save.
Okay.
I think this is unfortunately a point of the players and Matt not necessarily being on the same page. The guest players, that is. My interpretation of Matt, and they have not played a lot with him, so I think it's fair for them to not be quite as in tuned. But it seems to me like Matt was more asking, like, broadly, like, how are you going to, vaguely, abstractly, broadly handle this, while the rest of Vox goes in, and they're taking it as more like a moment by moment sort of situation, which is not D&D combat. D&D combat is slow and not broad and not abstract. I feel like in in Wilfred L's head, he may not have quite the scale of, like, I think in his head he's thinking like, one big attack, one 5th level flame strike, might take out one of them if they're susceptible to fire, which we know they're not. But if they were, I think that's what he's thinking. He's not understanding that, like, a 5th level flame strike is like one attack within like 3 rounds of combat that would take another probably hour. So we'll see. We'll see. I want to see if and how Matt just not disables, but like gets them out of the combat, because I think if he does something kind of weird and kind of funky to like justify not going through a whole combat, which is what Will is leading towards right now, I think that will really solidify my opinion that he's trying to go fast. Rare case where I disagree with Matt. Guest player, would this fire person be susceptible to fire? Their character is canonically a warrior. He would absolutely know more than the player does. I would have told them that they are at best normal to fire and fairly likely resistant or immune, because any adventurer would know that general rule. I think that's a fair thing to assume, I think, within D&D, or within like a D&D adventurer's knowledge, is, broadly, elementally attuned things are generally resistant, or at the very least normal, to their own element. They are generally not extra susceptible to that element. I think that's a good like general thing, even if it may or may not apply to fire giants. I think fire giants have resistance. I'm actually certain. I think that's a fair thing to say to him. But to be fair, that spell deals radiant damage, ironically, not fire. Oh, really? I actually didn't know that. That's very funny. Yeah, I totally missed that. But yeah, it's. I want to see how Matt handles this.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, no.
4.
I also still have my inspiration too.
That won't help here.
I know. Okay, it's okay. Yeah, well, no, it's awful. Actually. It's what, 13.
Yeah.
Yeah, 13
Right.
counts.
They both take 13 points of radiant damage. They take no fire damage. They are both immune to fire. The flames do nothing, but the radiant burst in itself does like singe the exterior of the body. You see him rock with pain as the blast of light, the column that shoots up and bursts beneath the two of them, has taken effect. Maybe not as much as you'd wanted, but effect nonetheless. You, who are still maintaining concentration on this spell, what do you want to do?
What is the radius of Witch Bolt? If I drop Evards and hit, they're 15 feet apart from each other?
They are 15 feet apart from each other, yes.
I just don't know what the radius of Witch Bolt is. Can I hit both of them with it?
With Witch Bolt? I mean, Witch Bolt as a...
You need a 10-foot radius to hit both of them.
It's going to be a tough call on this. Let's see.
It's
Witch Bolt,
You need a 10-foot radius, I think, to hit two people 215 apart. If you
well, no,
Everything I have is flames.
well, no, Witch Bolt only hits one creature.
Only hits one creature?
Yeah.
All right.
You can still maintain a concentration spell and like do instant spells on something if you wanted to.
Yes. So then I will hold Evad's black tentacles and use a cantrip of Eldritch Blast and Agonizing Blast. Can I do that?
Yeah, it's part of the ability, so yeah, you can do that. All right,
Do that.
so
I'm gonna do that.
So make 3 spell attack rolls.
3 a spell.
Is it all against one guy, or how are you splitting it up?
I'm gonna hit 2 on the left, 1 on the right.
One on the left, one on the right, okay?
My left.
Go for it.
Stage left.
120 feet. Yes.
Right, stage right. Wait, no. It's been so long.
That's not good.
That's not good.
You add
Plus on stage, which
I don't know.
is here.
Also, whatever you're attacking.
The spell attack bonus is...
So plus 12, so 15 plus Agonizing Blast.
That only adds damage to it.
So
Oh,
6. It's
alright.
15.
15.
Okay, so the first one you fire at, it arcs past and hits the door behind, hitting
That's
where
nice.
already damage came off the hinges.
Just trying to hit.
That's good. That'll hit. That's
11, that's
26.
20, yeah.
That hits, go and roll. So you've hit one, now roll for the hitting the other.
Oh, natural 20. Yay!
Okay, so go ahead and roll your damage.
So now,
Roll your damage on
thank
that.
you!
It's the same guy that walked by
Random,
me.
go for it.
So D10 plus 7
He's at every pub.
The first one?
2d10?
He's at a pub crawl.
There's 1d10 for the first one, the next one's a different.
Okay.
That's a
That's
12.
a 10. 12. That's a 12.
Here's
That's a 10.
Sorry.
Roll's going on right
That's a
now.
bloody
And I didn't think that was a good one to
Alright,
pick
so it's an
anyway.
8, and then roll one more time.
Plus my charisma.
Correct, for Agonizing Blast. I have that in there. So go ahead and roll for the critical now.
Yeah, but that's
Six.
Cannon out.
Plus
Yeah.
my charisma, which is
Nice.
11, right?
Great. So you blast both of them and they're still holding place. You guys run past. They're both taking hits from Zara, but they're both more focused on the people that are being let through the gate that they were ordered to watch. And
How
so
far are the twins from the giant?
you guys just ran through into the
Right
next
through?
We want to take sneak attacks on both of them.
Go for it.
Yeah.
And 5 and 7. They cannot make their
Advantage
checks.
for both because we're invisible.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's
yeah.
good. First one hits. And then 21. Does that hit?
Hits.
Okay.
21.
Do I get 3 attacks? Because I'm not
You're
picking
not.
the boots yet.
21, so 21 hits?
21 hits, yeah.
21 hits. Oh, right, so, okay.
What's happening?
Go.
Okay, so the first one's what's the...
Okay, so this is something to be said about this is even if you don't roll initiative, if you kind of open the door too individualized, like D&D combat type attacks, like with, the Eldritch Blast, the Flame Strike. That is, I think, broadly going to encourage the rest of the players to try and get some hits in, like we're seeing. Even if they are planning on running past, we know that in D&D, you can move and attack on the same turn. And especially when, like, the distractions that you're leaving are people that you care about. So it's tough. I think that Matt went from, really speeding through this with the, and even I would say making a bit of a risky choice with, like, placing people for them on the door slam. But I thought it was really going towards the speed. Now we are really slamming down because D&D combat has been opened up. Even, again, if you don't roll initiative. I don't know that there's anything... I'm trying to think if you should just... I don't know. We'll see. I think I'm just going to let the rest of this entire sequence play out and try to post-analyze it. Because now it's getting very complicated, and it kind of all depends, for me at least, on what they are headed towards and how all of it resolves. So I'm gonna wait until that happens.
2. No, all the dice. Oh, 8.
So 15 for the first hit.
That's good.
22 for the second.
Okay.
36 for my first and 8 for my second.
And just keep running.
Yeah, and just keep running. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys do, while this attacks, as you're rushing past, you guys watch, you guys see, or actually both you guys roll perception checks.
14.
12.
12. You just make it, Yukisha, out of the corner of your eye. You notice the buildings that were on fire, the flames that were still burning amidst the storm. You watch as from the flames leaps out of the house.
Oh no.
And a number of other flames begin to rise up as living flaming entities that are making their way towards you. And you can quickly see that this is about to become awesome. But as you see Vox Machina like running into the Cloud Top District and disappearing into the surrounding clouds and fume.
May the gods be with you.
May the gods be with you.
Totally minor. I didn't add just my regular bonus from Dex and all that, so 8. Add another 8 to my
Okay, cool. Got it.
So they're leaving.
We got them out. You got them.
Go! Go! We'll find you if we can. In the meantime, my love, shall we have some fun?
Let's do this thing, baby.
Yeah.
You guys hear the distant sounds of battle, conflict just outside the wall and far beyond. You hear in the distance the weird, vibrating, fuzzy echo of hundreds and hundreds of voices shouting in unison. The battles of Hanimon. However, that moment quickly shifts as you're walking through this volcanic fume. The air itself is sulfurous, and there are gouts of poison that just spill forth from cracked earth. You can see points, little bursts of glowing molten rock that kind of break through the surface and kind of pour and then cool and create these small, like miniaturized volcanic spires. You can see the burned and destroyed, crumbled remnants of the buildings, the noble houses, the beautiful mansions that used to make up the entirety of the Cloud Top District. The homes that you would look at and think, God, one day it would be great to live in something as beautiful as that, reduced to ash and cinder. Your run slows as you begin to see this large crater wall that lifts up through the smoke, a lip that then vanishes over the edge where the smoke is just pouring out like a thick column, a slow-moving, stationary tornado of black that just pours into the sky. As you watch it, 2 large, bulbous, scaled red arms shoot forth from the center as one long, unfurling dragon neck rises up. You see the red crystalline brow itself, like jagged daggers of flame, just burst across the face as it rises up beyond the smoke. The teeth, impossibly long and pointed for something of this size. The eyes, not red, not yellow, but burning beams of pure white light. Like a small sun exists in each eye. As it lifts its whole form upwards out of the hole, the wings unfurl, the wind itself pushing all the smoke out, clearing the cloud top for about an instant to see its massive, swollen form. You also notice that within its chest, this large, thick scar but no crystal. Just a large, bulbous, grown over thick piece of scaled scar. As it stands towering above all of you, just peering over the distance, not even noticing you in the moment, just kind of surveying the chaos around Niman. Its face drops, and you just hear this voice gurgle up from within. Sourceless almost in its immensity and its encompassing nature. It just says, "It appears that we have guests. Where are you?" Let's roll intellect. Play your flute.
Things look grim.
Can we all like take a nervous swig of our fire?
Yeah, like all
right now, like.
We've got, oh my god, there's like a 4 minute post session cooldown. Okay, yeah, I mean, I think that he definitely, I maintain my thesis that Matt was trying to get them through that quick, trying to get them to the Thordak reveal. You can see him escalate the fight and then actively narrate Vox Machina running away, which was so funny because he doesn't even, like, ostensibly everyone else also ran past the fire giants, not just the twins. But Matt's just like, nope, you guys run through and disappear into the smoke before anyone, even the ranged people, would have a chance to roll an attack and get in a meaningless amount of damage. And I think that's like a good, frankly, a good lesson. And you can even see it with Liam there. Again, the floodgates were opened. Liam still had to tell Matt that he got in that extra 8 damage. Like it's gonna fucking matter. It does not. The amount of damage that was done to those fire giants does not matter. I mean, hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe those fire giants are going to join the battle from behind, and maybe that 8 extra damage will matter. But I kind of doubt it. And I think that Matt handled that well, of just like increasing the fight so that the guest players don't, it kind of discourages the guest players from continuing to moment it. It kind of increases the cinematicness and kind of gets them out of thinking like, oh, we're gonna, very minutely attack these things in a normal D&D combat fashion, and puts them more into that cinematic sense. And then again, just narrating, Fox, you're gone. Bye. Don't stop attacking them. Stop wasting time. But to be fair to, I think what Jonathan Busby said, is he's giving the guests the fun of combat in the session. That's fair. I think it is very possible that Matt wanted to let Zara and Cash, Will and Mary, have a little bit of a moment of like using some of their spells and using one of their things and having it be that kind of moment for a turn. I can totally see that. And then, it's after they took that one turn, that's when he zooms things along. I mean, that's fair. I think it's very, very possible. I said we might fight Thordak. Skin grew over it like a tree. Seems like. It's not like explicit. I still think that there's a possibility that he could have torn it out of himself, but I really doubt it. It seems like his skin grew around it. Especially with how like swollen and bulging he is and all that shit. Which also is kind of implicitly kind of hiding his weak spot in a sense. Although it's unclear if the Heartstone was really a weak spot or not. But yeah, I mean, I think very, very definitely Matt had a goal in mind, and he probably wanted to get there. And if we'd taken too long in the sewers, in the Overtown, I think him skipping as much as he did, skipping through the them searching all around Grayskull, I think that he did a lot there. He took every opportunity he could he could reasonably justify, I guess there's that word reasonably again, every opportunity that he could reasonably justify taking to get them to that Thordak reveal at the end. Which I support. I fully support. A little weird to me that we're not going to get, like, a dungeon? I definitely thought we were going to get a dungeon. With all the volcano shit, I thought there was a dungeon for sure. I don't know. Maybe Thordak will have like a phase 2. Like they'll have like phase 1 is Thordak on the surface, and then they have to do a dungeon crawl to get to like phase 2 Thordak. I could see something like that happening. I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, at 100%, it was not even like a question in my head of is there going to be a dungeon crawl to get to Thordak? But apparently not. We'll have to see. Excited for Wednesday. It's been years since I watched these episodes. I'm psyched. I'm very, very psyched. I don't want to get my expectations too high. I want to keep my expectations moderate. But I feel like this is, it's been building for a long time. Feel like a good map could be in our future. This feels like the map to really invest in. So we'll see. I don't know. If this is a White Room combat against Thordak, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose it if there's nothing fun going on the map. I swear.
Yeah, it's to the instance where, like, right now there's so much going on that Thordak is like, he's having the Superman moment where he just closes his eyes and hears all the screams in the city at once. So you don't know if he knows where you are yet or has seen you. He just knows that something's here. And that's what we're going to pick up next time.
Double fisting him.
Double fisting, gloop gloop.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
Smoke them if you got it. I'm going to vape my.
You're gonna vape yours?
I'm going to vape my fire
The
resistance.
real rules of
I'm pretty sure you can get that at Critical Vapes.
Oh yeah, you can get that.
Critical vape.
Critical vape.
Maybe. Ooh, how long? You know what? Let's just check it out. How long is the time lapse bit? How long is the time lapse? I'm assuming pretty fast. Okay, it's 3 minutes. We're going to speed up both of these things because my tongue is feeling some sort of way. So we're going to watch both of these on 0.5. But we will watch them.
Critical vape.
Shout out.
Mary
Death missile.
Guys,
What happens to Cash and Zara?
What happens to Cash and Zara?
they're currently preventing you guys from having to deal with Thordak and fire giants and a bunch of
But how do we know what happens?
We don't die.
Afterwards.
Oh, yeah.
Don't die to the Cash and Zara show starting next week on Wednesday. Only here.
If only.
It's just a boycott movie. It's just a boycott movie.
We're
Basically.
just in a really old Mustang the whole time.
He's a little bit country. She's a little bit dragon.
I would watch the fuck.
Yeah, I would. Oh my god. That's the best version of Dallas I've ever heard. Which has an RPG book.
No.
Oh yeah.
Wait, we'll play Dallas?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, it has a game.
I'm trying to find a copy of it. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. We'll be here next week for the showdown with Thordak the Cinder King and the Cinder Emon. You guys, you avoided a lot.
Did we?
You beelined it to Thordak.
Oh, yeah.
You never got to
You were
see
out
this.
of time.
Hey, that's something we missed.
That's
We
what
would have gone into this next time. We would
That's
have.
what these two say.
I was preparing for Thordak.
Tentacles. Always rely on tentacles.
Anime has taught you how to
Don't tell the internet that.
Yeah.
Anime has taught us anything.
I know. No, I was expecting this Thordak encounter to either happen next week or in the first 2 weeks of January when we come back from the break. I wasn't sure when. And you kind of.
Interesting. I wonder if he's lying or not. I truly, because, there's occasionally you fib a little bit to your players to make them feel cool. You don't tell them shit unless they did something cool. And being like, oh, you avoided so much. There was so much more that could have been, but, that is, or alternatively, I could see him having legitimately planned for Thordak being next week, but when they came up with the plan in the tunnel underneath Grayskull to go as like Lizardmen and Invisible, he thought, man, that's a pretty good plan. And or like it got them into the right position and they said the right things to the clasp. It could be that they just did what Matt viewed as like the most correct answer. And so he was, you know, willing to speed them through it because of that. I think that's super possible. But yeah, I think it would be disingenuous for me to not admit, and I agree with Chat Noir. I've fibbed on you know, potential alternative possibilities to my players. I've somewhat fibbed on, you know, how much was improv or how much was not to make them feel cooler, you know, and that's, you know, this is all speculation, obviously. But like, even in this situation of Matt being like, you guys avoided a lot, you know, you guys really avoided all this stuff, right? Kind of pumping him up a little bit. I don't know. I'm like 50-50 on it. Because if he is fibbing here, it is purely in the context of making them feel smart and like they did the correct things, which is the times that I fib about those alternate possibilities. About like, oh, so much that you got, so much that I didn't get to use. Oh, sad GM. Oh, man. If I trusted my own insight check, I think Matt is telling the truth. I don't know. I'm 50-50. I truly am. I could go either way on it. Fibbing in that context is 100% fair game. Absolutely. Exactly. So it's like either way. Either if he, you know, if he's not fibbing, then I think it's even more evidence that he truly thought that they like picked the best and correct way like through things. And so he let them get through it really fast, which I think is super duper fair. Yeah. Interesting.
I bypassed a bunch there.
It's a great way to end the year, though.
Yeah.
It is a great way to end the year.
That's awesome.
So maybe next week can just be Santa Claus Lane.
Yeah.
It's just
It's just two of us
showdown.
and the fire giants.
While I sit back and watch her kick some ass.
Right.
We're doing dead, Fred.
Oh my God.
Told me that we're dead.
We need Brian Blessed.
We need Brian Blessed. We need Brian Blessed for everything. I hear you have a dragon.
I don't disagree with this.
He's a football enthusiast. He might be down.
All right. We'll see you guys next week for this crazy showdown. Rest well. Thank you, Loot Crate and Magic Puzzle Quest, for being awesome sponsors for tonight's episode. Thank you all for your patience. Thank you, Will and Mary, for joining us.
Thanks for having us. You kidding?
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thanks for sacrificing yourself, and hopefully you're not dead.
Well, always remember you. Hopefully you're not. It's the only show you can do that. We walk by. Hey, thanks. Hope you're not dead.
Yeah.
Okay. I hope you're not
Are
dead.
we allowed to say, Brian, that they're going to be on Talks Machina?
So we're gonna be on Talks Machina on Tuesday. So
Talks
we've met
Machina.
Brian Foster, man.
Right.
Hey, that's Brian
Matt, are you going to
Costa.
be on Talks Machina?
I don't know.
No, we can't know his secrets just yet.
But if you were on Talks Machina, then you could do this whole fight on Talks Machina.
I've been on a lot of Talks Machina recently, and I could probably use a Tuesday night off.
Yeah.
Especially to prepare for this.
Plus, I don't want to know any secrets before we go into the fight.
I wouldn't tell you any secrets regardless, which is why I'd be a very boring guest next week. I'd be like, I don't know.
I can't tell you.
That's a great question.
Who knows? Could be.
You don't know the show.
Exactly.
Oh, that was fun.
All right, guys. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank
Thank
you.
you guys. Have a wonderful weekend.
you
We'll see you.
Let's go. All right. And let's watch that time lapse. Whoa. Look, what the fuck is that? What am I looking at? What is this? Is this like a bit? I don't know. Oh wait, no, not a sleep timer. All right, even faster. Let's do it. So is this the Talks Machina set, I'm assuming? Crazy that it's just like in this giant warehouse. All those box lights. Oh shit. So they set it up relatively bespoke every time. Is that Matt's chair? He gets this little tiny chair. What the fuck? That's bad for your back support. Come on. Also, why is it raised up like that? I guess for better camera angles. and just cables everywhere. This giant. Oh my god. So I assume that this is mid-show, right? I must assume, because I was like, damn, they are spending a lot of time just like hanging out on the set. But I assume that this is showtime. There's Matt's little footsies. Is that DaVinci Resolve? I think it is. Dude, if I've said it once, I'll say it again. Batshit insane to me that they have all of this going on and they cannot figure something out for Ashley besides a fucking laptop. Come on, man. You've got all these feeds. You've got this whole like editing bay back here, and no one can figure out how to put Ashley in a more viewable position. Like, what's this? What is he doing? Have him be the Ashley camera manager person. Come on. Yay. Woo. That's crazy.
Mods, can you ask?
No. Don't play stands on this stream. Get out of here, Staniel. This is the first time I've seen this, and I never realized that the wall behind Matt was just a whiteboard. Yeah, it's just like a little like backdrop thingy held up by the wood. Yeah. Google Images suggests that this was a Talks Machina set. Interesting. I was floored it wasn't an actual room with real walls. That is very it's very interesting to me how tight it is for not being a room. Like, on one hand, it makes sense because a constructed set like that is much easier to, like, light and, like, rig for sound and cameras. But also, crazy that it's that fucking small. Crazy that it is that, like, claustrophobic, and also that they can't, like, figure something better out with the tables. It's wild to me that it is fully constructed and it still feels as rough as it does. Because a lot of the roughness, to me, feels like it would be a result of constraints of a real room or a real space, you know? So wild for it to be fully. My only thought process is that because the same space is being used for so many shows, they had to like try and strike a like average of like what would be best for most of the shows. Because I can't imagine that having the players elevated on like a little like on like a drop is relevant to Critical Role, right? So the only thing that I can assume is that that stage is just hitting the average needs of all of their shows, and that, you know, all of them suffer a little bit because of it. I don't know. Very interesting. Super duper interesting to see it. Yeah. Makes me sort of confused on how they can't extend it for more room for the play. That's what I'm saying, man. I mean, maybe there's, there are exterior constraints of like where it can be placed in the warehouse and like how much room they need for the editing bay and like where power sources are. I've not worked on a film set, so I can't say. But I don't know, man. Most rooms won't let you get the cameras far enough away. It's way easier if there's only 3 walls. That does make sense. That makes sense. But also, I feel like the cameras are so close. I feel like all of the cameras were basically within the like contained space, right? They weren't outside of the space. Although I guess all of the other stuff, like putting the fake drop behind Matt and like probably a lot of the camera like wiring and the light wiring. Because I am imagining like the box lights hanging off of the rafters. You can't really do that with the ceiling, so the lighting's going to be way worse. And their lighting is substantially better than when they started. So I get that aspect of it. It looks nice, but it's just so constrained for how much flexibility it seems like they have. But maybe I'm just not, knowledgeable enough to know what the constraints are there. Given how big a part of CR became within CNS, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. They reuse that fake room for other shows. It's so weird to me that they came up with, especially with the small step in the middle of it. I know. To be a fly on the wall during those design discussions, I'd love to be able to, just to know, because like a drop stage is not something that happens by accident. You know what I'm saying? Like that little step, that takes like weight bearing, like supports. That does not happen if you don't want it to happen. That doesn't happen by accident, So it's just so fascinating. I'd love to know. Like maybe that hides all of the cording, like for the cameras and but why would you need all of the cording hidden? The cameras aren't facing the floor. I don't know, man. It's so interesting. Because the only like even remote experience I have with this is like live stage performance. But live stage performance and like set design and set constraints are so different from filmed that I feel like I have just enough knowledge to think that things are weird, but to also understand that like there are just probably constraints I don't know. So weird though. So strange. The manpower and hours of tearing down every set. I mean, that has to be budgetary constraint, right? It has to be that like GNS can only afford one warehouse, right? And the warehouse just isn't as big as it seems like it is. Right? That's the only thing I could think. Yeah. Oh, man. Crazy. Yeah. But yeah, it's not the set I associate with Hogs. Hiding wires the cameras can't set is probably for trip hazard reasons. Maybe, but they had plenty of tripping hazards there. It's like, why have a tripping why try to hide the tripping hazards in the set versus like going, I guess. But also they don't move around the set that much. I don't know. Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. Yeah. They could spend more money on a warehouse, but spend way less on redundant manual labor. Yeah. That is truly probably the answer to like all of this, is that they're trying to fit the maximum amount within this one warehouse, right? So it's like they have all the editing bay, they have the one like set, so that they can reuse like all of the lights, all of the structural supports that are like probably expensive and like have to be up to a certain safety rating. Yeah, probably, but still interesting decisions in like how exactly it was constructed. Very interesting. Anyways, I'm going to peace out. My tongue's feeling it. Thank you all for joining. I appreciate you. And I am excited to see what the fuck goes on in episode 79. Because, man, oh man, I feel like they won't kill Thordak next episode, but maybe they will. I guess I'm just so used to them going so slowly that this feels too fast. This feels too fast. Matt, slow down. But maybe not. We'll see next time. Thank you again for joining, and I will see you on Wednesday. Goodbye.